Hello, everyone. Hello, Womble. I hope you're having a good day. Sorry, I am a little late. Hello, Sheppy. I needed a second because I needed to. BZ was like, hold on, stay here. I have to show you something. So I had to pause for a second to go see what they were up to. Hi, Elaine. Hi. Oh my God, it's Elaine. We missed you. I missed you guys so much. But hopefully I got all the government stuff sorted out, so now it's like, balls in their court at this point. Oops, sorry. I'm like trying to mess with my mic positioning because I'm still learning the best position for it. But we're here today to raise money for the Wonderful Gamers Outreach. If you would like crowd control points for later today, please use a link that's pinned. It's been like 4 years. It has not been like 4 years, you goober. But yes, let me make sure I'm all in the right positions. Yes. All right, we should be good. I am going to triple check, so I'll do a donation to make sure that it's all good under the hood. I say, as I forgot to connect my face tracking. Oh, where'd the bonkers go? My eyes, they wigged out, but there was no bonky. Hold on, let me see. Where are my bonkers? Where? Oh, wait, hello? Is that where my bonkers won't come? Ah, there you go. There's the bonkers. Oh my gosh, have a stroke. I was to have a straight up stroke. But I hope you're all having a wonderful day. The real bonk was the friends we made along the day. Indeed. But yes, let me test really quick making a donation to make sure it all works okay. For some reason, the PayPal system isn't really working as well as I would hope it to. So I'm just gonna use my credit card for it really quick just to make sure. We'll do a small itty bitty donation just to make sure that it is working because I don't want it to bug out on any of you. Boop 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 boop. Boop 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 boop. Boop boop boop. Oops, that's not the number. Cost more like 400. If only I had 400. I have not gotten paid yet. So unfortunately I can't spend that much money. I have to do a little small baby one. Hello, condemned. Oop, I fucked it up. Okay. On me, baby, I got what you need, baby. Eyes on me. Oh, 28. Boop, boop, boop. I have to say boop or else I'm gonna say my information out loud and that would not be good. Oh, I'm sorry, Wumble. I'm sorry. Who knows, you might still get me today, though. Let's see, did that go through? Did it go through? Maybe I need to re-sign into Stream Elements. Hold on. It's a good thing that I didn't, no one's donated yet. Time for some web fishing. I hope you enjoy web fishing. Oh, what the fuck? Oh, okay, wait. Yeah, wait, this is right? Okay, yeah, no, that's right. Okay. What's happening? View all. Oh, this wasn't ended. Can I retire campaign? Oh, you got you. That's awesome. Yeah, you're in there. You're a part of the OG one. You're part of the OG. Okay. Why is it not up? Oh, it updated. Okay, did the alert go off? I'm so confused. I'm so confused. I didn't see an alert? Okay. That's so weird. Why didn't it go off? Charity alert? Let's refresh cache. Okay, it's there. Just want to make sure the thing goes off. Edit. Overlay. Yep, it should be right there. Emulate charity. Tiltify. Yeah, there we go. It should work. I don't know why it didn't. Maybe it's because it's through crowd control. Okay, well, I'll be sure to watch it then. I'll be sure to watch the dashboard. Goodness gracious. Now, did I get coins? Did I get my coins? Yeah, it says I have 500 coins. Pog. Okay, that all works. So we'll be able to do some crowd control Minecraft later. Oops, wrong thing. Poggies. I didn't close everything. Hold on. To anyone that donates, you get your own emote, whether you'd like an angel or a devil. I'm just gonna do a quick refresh of what we're doing today. If I can open the right things, because I'm cold. My office is very cold. If you would like either of these emotes drawn as you from the Elaine, me, then you know, if you donate any amount of money, even could be $1, you'll get one of these. And you'll also get crowd control points. If you want. You don't have to get the crowd control points if you don't want. You could just donate directly to the charity if you wanted to. That is up to you. Alright, I have to keep an eye on like multiple things. Hello, Shadow! It's me! Alright, okay, so that's that. But there you go. Alright, we're gonna get to work in here today, chat. Let me tell you what. Mini this guy. I'm just gonna turn these off. Let's get it. I started working on the vectorized versions of this because I prefer to re-vectorize a lot of these. But we'll be doing that later today because I'm gonna tell you what, we got a spooky Minecraft pack in store for us today. And it'll be spooky dooky. So I we'll work on, we'll play, and then we'll work, we'll play, and then we'll do some art so I can cool down after the scares. Because I was gonna do Cave Horror Project 1, but it wasn't working with the crowd control stuff, so I had to trash that. I was gonna do TE's Horrors Experience, but that also didn't work. And then we finally got Dark RPG to work. So we'll be doing that. And you might be like, Elaine, Dark RPG doesn't sound as scary. Trust me, it will be. Because there are bosses. Like, I did a test spawn world. And that shit, bro, I spawned on a dungeon that had a supercharged creeper with speed 3. Like, what do you mean, bro? So, I spoke. But I'm excited. Nonetheless. Sorry for the big yawns. Alright, so let's get this rolling though, so that way we can jump on into it. And 'cause tonight you've got damn, 7 out of 8 still. 7 out of 8 still. I wonder where we only have like a week left till Halloween, so might have to bump up those chances. This one I want to put it up by 3. Might have to, yeah, might have to. track. How we donate? So, two ways. You can donate with the link that is pinned above. That will give you crowd control points, and it will give you it will donate. Or you can donate directly. Oh damn, ad. Okay, well, I guess we'll wait. Looking at the Tiltify. Let's grab. If you want crowd control points and donate, then use pinned link. If just want to donate to charity without points, then you can use this link. Copy donate link. Crowd control doesn't take a %. Draw you an email. So what you pick. Now, I'm a fool, hard to bring underwater. Driving with my. Hi, Vexed. How are you? How are you doing? I forgot to fill the ice maker today. It's okay. It's kind of cold. Probably no one's gonna get ice from the ice maker today. Hey Zero, welcome on in. Thank you for the follow. I hope you're having a wonderful day. I want to do audio effects. I want to sound spooky. Let's pitch it down. Ad finally over. Welcome on in, Shadow. Let me know if you need me to re-explain what I put in chat. Otherwise, yeah. How do I rotate this? Yes. Okay, so if you use the pinned link above, you will get crowd control points, which will allow you to affect my game in Minecraft that I play later. I'll be playing Minecraft today and tomorrow, and you can use those points to do things like clear my inventory, clutter my inventory, pause me from moving, digging a hole, feeding me, making me slow or fast, or spooking me in a bunch of different ways. Or you can donate directly with the link, the secondary link. Hello, Rhino! Thank you so much for the tier 2 for 20 fucking months. I hope you're doing well. I'm excited if we play some coworking for later. But welcome on in. But yes, those are the two ways to do it. Crowd control, if you do it through crowd control does not take a portion of the donation. So if you, for say, give $10, that $10 will go straight to the charity. It won't, crowd control will not take a percentage of it, but you will get points to affect my Minecraft later. So, you know, up to you. Regardless, I will draw you an emote no matter how much you donate, no matter how you donate. You will get an emote. If the donation alert does not pop up, please let me know, because it was being a little buggy. But yes, please let me know, and I will get you those emotes, and we'll get you those points. Don't know how I came across it, but you promoting another VTuber on social media is complete peak. Happy to give you a follow, spreading love. Thank you so much, Hayes. Yes, I love shouting out creators that are, you know, just making our days better and being genuine content creators, because in today's media especially, I think it's really hard to be genuine when it kind of feels like not being genuine is what makes you the big bucks, you know? But thank you so much for the follow, and I hope you enjoy your time here with me. Thank you, Vic, for the sharing request. Oh shit, Rhino's is at 6 out of 8. Ooh. Oh my god, I'm streaking! It's so cute. I love seeing those little alerts in my chat. They make me so happy. don't know what sense means. Oh my god, it's wow! Oh my god, he's so cute. Hi, boy. How are you doing? My penis is also. What does this mean? Okay, I did it. The fuck, Max? I'm tired. No, that's completely understandable. But yeah, we're doing a charity live stream today. I don't steal the money's out when jumping. I feel like I have to do it. Like I should do a new like message. Hold on. I think my notepad show up on the other screen, but it might not. Okay, it did. Okay, there we go. Donate plus crowd control points. Donate directly. I wish I could do hyperlinks. Can you hyperlink text in Twitch? I don't think you can. Okay, that's okay. I just kind of want to keep both of the links in the pinned message if I can. Angel or devil drawn by line. Still no alert from crowd control. Okay. Let me see. It would be an alert from Tiltify. Okay. Why is it not going off? Why is my phone going off and everything else is not going off? Panels. Dude, did I connect it wrong? I'm so sorry. But Shadow, if that was you, thank you. Thank you for the donation. I don't know why the shit's not working, but I promise I'll try to figure it out right now. Dashboard. Yeah, because it does say, yes, it was from Shadow. Thank you. You'll get an angel and a devil emote. Just let me know what you want me to draw, Shadow. Let me see. Overlays, edit. I wonder if it's the campaign ID that's having a problem with campaigns. I may have made an oopsie. Will it do the thing again? Can I redo the things? Can I redo a live setting? Tiltify, how to redo an stream alert. Can I redo it? Save. Possible alert may not be working since there isn't a session up of game choice. Weird, but you do get the points. Like, I already got the points. I find it here. Okay, hold on. Click to connect. Okay, hold on. I'll open the game in the background. Give me 2 seconds. I'm just confused why the alerts aren't working, and I'm wondering if it's because it goes through crowd control instead of Tiltify, maybe? Dun 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 dun. Live setting and media. Because I want to redo this one. Oh! My brain! Hello, Lorenzo. Refreshing it again, see if that helps. It's not working. I felt evil, understandable. Weird. Okay, also let me just repin a message. I am sorry, Shadow, that the thingy didn't work, but I promise I will get it figured out. My Minecraft crash? Crowd control tiltify alert not showing up. Stream elements. Already gone. I also know. Oh, I know what I want to draw. Oh, okay, DM it to me. DM it to me and I will work on it on Friday. I mean, but I think you try resetting your widgets. I don't know how or when, but I emailed you. Oh, so I have to disconnect it? I am much confusion. Zodia, I don't know if you're still in chat, but if you have any help, that would be great, because I don't know why I do this. Okay. Multiplayer, I have to do... Oh no, the vibes, no! Huh? Oh, right, I have to do this thing. Game session was my only idea. Not too familiar with crowd control alerts. Okie dokie. Maybe it's I need to configure the stream overlay. Maybe that's what I need to do. 1080. Okay. Can I taste it? Oh. Okay, that should be working. The port is opened. Oh, it's still loading. Why for a donate? You don't want to donate directly to the thingy, then you donate in the second link. If you want the crowd control points and to donate, you use the first link. But if you don't really care about the crowd control points, you can just use the second one. Crowd control does not take a cut, so that's the pogging part. Also, there's audio, and this is making my brain gonna explode. My brain's gonna explode. Oh, my brain's gonna explode. There's no unable to save state. I had this set up yesterday, and now I'm scared because I don't know what's happening. Join the Minecraft server to start your server. Okay. Huh? Oops. Uh-oh. Wait, hold on, I'm slightly confused. Close. When you whispered, it scared the fuck out of me because I thought someone was behind me. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to. Okay. Whoa! Whoa! Mia, thank you for the $10. Let me know if you wanna be. Oh. I heard it twice. It's because I have it open over here. Okay, well, it worked that time. Don't know why that did that. Okay, the overlay, that's working. Let me know if you want to be an angel or a demon. Let me know if you want to be an angel or a demon. Let me know. I'll draw you up. My brain. What's happening? Oh, I can't see because that's open. Okay, cool. I need to like delete all these. This is like cluttering my brain. I don't know which one to join because these are all ones that came with the pack, I guess. Oh. Okay, refresh. Is it this one? Let me see. How do I join the server? Join the Minecraft server to start your session. This game. Rejoin the server. Join the Minecraft server to start your session. And I'll go. Oh, the bulkish Gabe guide. Fucking crowd control. Crowd control. Crowd control to Major Tom. Using legacy. Reset the world. Server commands, downgrading. I don't remember how to do it. Automatic and the advanced setup. It's automatic client. Advanced setup, single player, fabric. What version are you? 1.20.1? No, this guide. Start bat. One of these should work. I don't know why. Well, you're supposed to do the start command, what I did to change the plugin but to allow friends to connect. Chinabiza, let her go. Okay, yeah, it should be this one. Click to connect. Alright, and then maybe delete, add server. This one, done. It says can't connect to server. Oh my god, I follow this guy. I love this guy. Shit in the shower, no water, no power. I dream about me into 5 equal pieces. Oh, whoa, that's interesting. I didn't config game paths. Mahatma Gandhi. How do you? Interesting. Uploaded the 64B Hawk. I don't know how to immediately Minecraft server is not running. Make the crowd little. Oh my god! Ghost, I hope that you feel loads of better and that this weekend you can have lots of ube fun and just chill and hang out and have a wonderful time because I love you and you're amazing. Shit, I'm gonna grab a zombie server. It's only like $6 for 4 people, and I would be surprised if I got more than 4 at once. That's valid. I don't know why this isn't working. It says it was live. Because this is important for later. So we do the start bat. I'll wait for it to load. You anymore. So let's go. Pampana, 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 pampana. I need to grab my advancedgg from the fridge. I need to take my meds. My meds, chat. Alright, I'll be right back as this loads. I'm just gonna go get my advancedgg from the fridge. I'll be right back. I'm back. The top is frozen, but I got enough drink out of it to swallow the peels. World is null. Unable to save persistent state. Okay, then we'll do... It should be my recycle bin still. Maybe that's the problem. Sort by date deleted. This one? Oh no, how? All things do rapidly. Okay, class, sorry, bye. Bye, Max. I love you. Have a good class. Have a good class. Navigating my head is associate. I'm wasting. Hasn't downloads. Minecraft instances. 9.70. I am confused. I really wanna know how I'm thinking. Cause world is null. You know what? Probably deleted. It probably deleted itself because it let me message Sim. I'm seeing that it can't start because there is no world. I'm all alert so I can go pass out from lack of sleep. No problem, Sheppy. Feel free to give me the bonky of a lifetime, and I hope you sleep well. Thank you for the ball. Okay, thank you for sending me the reference shadow. I will work on that this week. Alrighty, we'll put this to side for now. Hopefully everybody got their crowd control points. If you did sign up for crowd control points and you did not get them, please feel free to let me know. Otherwise, let's finish up. I don't know if I need a load of world or not. Okay, I'm gonna save this. So that way I don't get too confused on what we're doing. And then we'll do this. We'll keep this open because we need it. And then we'll go here. 2001. Hallucinations. Authenticity. On Creepcast. It's running out. I know that I can't live without. Okay, cool. Save. Okay, and then a possible origin from email chains. Okay, email chains comes from. Okay, we're gonna close this for now. I have like so many things open. It's kinda ridiculous. I did this right? I think so. Yes. Yeah, I did. Okay. Video editing. Moment, believe me. Would you even want me? Looking like a zombie. Oh, and then I want a creepy background, which I'll do this one. I want this part, but I want it to be like slower, I think. Send this to find duty on your door. And don't make it bigger, and then like this, and then like hood PNG. Yeah. Ew. Why does it look weird? Ew. That looks weird. I don't trust that. I find love from a woman that could love me and never leave my side. Away from things I'm afraid of and never leave my side. But video editing, did you know? 21 save. What is love? I never leave. Yo, but cow, indeed. Welcome on in, Joker. How are you doing today? I hope you're having a lovely day. How you doing? Okay, I make it a little bit smaller. So it looks. Dog poo poo on the door. Just hearing me say dog poo poo is funny. Boop. Like evil hood PNG. I'm alive. How is loving you? I'm good. I'm doing a little bit of work before I get into playing Minecraft. Crowd control Minecraft. That I'm very excited for. I don't know how to do this. The evil. What look is so? Oh wait, we'll do oh, I know. I think I have one in here. So sound effects in here? No. This one. No. Okay, I'll just look it up then. Silly disguise. Yeah, it's one of these. Transparent. Save. Okay, let's do that. And then go here. This one. 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 And then oh, that's what this is for. Okay. I was like, I don't know what I had for this one. And I kind of want to see if I could do like a 3D effect with this. Audio open effects. Is there a transform one maybe? And I'm not gonna run away. Mirrors, prisms, stylized scan lines. Oh. Transform. Rotate this way. Pitch. Yeah, there we go. Oh god, this is confusing. Rotate. Yeah. Maybe. Oh gosh. Okay. Not that one, this one. And then we zoom it in more. There we go. Perfect. Okay, that's exactly what I want to do. Like, apply, and then I just want this to be in half. And then I want to do a video transition. I want to do a glitch transition. Yes, hello, Taylor. Hello, my dear. How are you doing? Welcome on in. Guess where I am right now? Your mama's house. I think. That is my guess. Is it a good guess? Is it a good guess? 2001, and then that's where we start bringing in the mystery cave. How long is this? I want this to be a bit sooner. There's explorations. And then Floyd's tomb. Out in the night. Let me see, is there any other... Oh, this one's not bad. Actually, I kind of want this section. And then this to go here. Okay, hold on. Wait, I'm gonna reorganize this just a little bit. Because I like this, like, visual of him crawling into the cave. Do you want to see exhibition? Whose? Sure. It's no prob. No problem if not. Yeah, I want to see it. I don't know what we're talking about, but I'm down to look. I don't need your nostalgia, need your nostalgia. Let's see. There should be more in this. I like this frame. This frame is very mysterious. I'll be back in touch. Kind of like this end bit. A bottom of a barrel, baby, you're not a star. Be a star. Okay. This one. And then have communities in an uproar. And then the creepcast. The cave or creepcast. How do I want to show this? I think it should be like a quick, or like one of the moments where they're both on screen. Yeah. Then this one. Okay, so I'll be like Jeff the Killer. Jeff the Killer. Who could forget it? Russian sleeper experiment. There was once so sad tonight. God damn, these things are grotesque up close. In 2001. I want to do like this part and then I can do like the top right because I like the top right of the page. Crop right. Crop bottom. I can do like okay, let's not crop right. Let's do it like this then. Okay, and then is this one longer? This one is much longer. Okay, let's do this part then. This one. And then I want to do a cross dissolve right here. Cool. This one I'm not trying to be as like, oh, everything happens every 3 seconds kind of thing with it. I'm trying to like push it to be more relaxed. Didn't I had like one more, didn't I? I guess not. Maybe I should just get the thumbnail for the video. YouTube thumbnail grabber. Creepcast. Endless night, it's a starless sky, it's a hell that I go. Where is Ted the Caver? It's this one. Nope, that's encircled in the earth. Similar, but not the same. This one. Posted Teehee, thank you. Nettie, since I had you here with me, since I had to. Oh, what is this? Oh. Yo, this is so cute. Yo, these are so cool. I love like that they pop out at you. Yo, this is so cool. Thank you for sharing this with us. Holy crap, this is so cool. Oh my god, I love that they stick out. Oh, they're like pop-up books. I love this. I love the rainbow nature of this. This is so cool. Whoa. This is so cool. Oh, thank you for sharing this with me, Chayla. This is so cool. Oh, I love this because like it would be like a perspective. Like if you look in front of it, it would look like it's inverted. That's really cool. This is so cool. This is really cool. Thank you for showing this to me, Chayla. Very Paugen. Very Paugen. Creepcast. Jeff. Okay. Oh, this one does need to be scooted a bit, though. Cool. And then I'm just going to be, what is center justified for this? I don't have my purif open. I'll relay your comments exactly as expressed. Thank you. I appreciate it because I really like the art. The art's very cool. I love art that's like that pushes perspective. I think that's really cool. Okay. I do want to do a little bit of, I want to do the page flip, page curl, and then pop wobble for the last one. Okie dokie. And then we're going to go in here. We're going to sound effects. We're going to go to element OP, page flip. Another page flip. Wait, and this should go here. Pause. Thank you. I need the click sound effect. I want to click. Is it mouse click? Element. Mouse click. Here we go. LMNOP. Pop. Pog. Okay, now we gotta get a song because usually this has a song already, but because it's Halloween, I have to change it. My car isn't a fan of staying together. Oh no! Why? What happened? I like this one. Give me space. Oh my god, get in there. Thank you. Pog. Alright, and then workspace. Snap captions. don't know why this won't work. I think I know why. Single player. Okay, I think this is how we'll fix it, but subtitle 1, default generate. Key process originated before you were born. One could argue that the creepypasta that ooh. Is that the creepypastas? Alright, is that creepypasta? Like, send this. Hey, yo, pixels. Are you finished with your meeting? Send this to 5 people or get dog poo poo on your door. But with stories like Jeff, who could forget it, the Russian sleeper experiment. Yep, good for now. Awesome. Default advanced settings. We're actually just about to get into Minecraft here in a second. I also need to make a list of everybody who's donated so far. Because I'm very thankful. Just make sure this is all good really quick one more time. Not today. Yeah, I might have to up the percentages again. Okay, this will be the spooktacular world. Difficult heroic monster Dan Chai Hunger. What the fuck? Legendary furry cakes novice heroic. Oh, okay. Conjure new world. Like, I have to make the world in single player and then look, there's a puppy. There's a puppy in the corner of my screen. There's a puppy in the corner of my screen. There is a puppy in the corner. I think like the Daily Limit 3 is more fun than the percent chance. Okay. Alright, I'll do that right now then. I think it's in viewer rewards, channel points. We'll do a third. No, I think 1 minute is fine. Safe. Okay. Now everybody gets an extra chance. All right, let me make a new note. Low percentage is part of the fun. Very valid. Spooktacular emotes. Shadow, Angel, and Devil. Reference got difference DMs. Miu. Ask which one. VTuber. I'm presuming. Okay. Okay, wait. Oh, Father, provide so Mr. to never die. Okay. Open folder. Is it in here? Yeah, Spooktacular World. And now I gotta go downloads. Open file location. We are going to, I guess, close it. This is in saves. Okay. Then save and quit. Put that down. Try again. Okie dokie. And now it should work. I'm gonna be right back. I'm gonna go take a quick bathroom break before we transition over to Minecraft. Also, I realized I didn't really change. Gamer. Spook. Ice in my cup melted and it scared the shit out of me. Okay, then I'll be right back. I gotta go to the restroom and hopefully this will all load up and we'll be okay. Maincraft. Why have I never heard this word before? That would be great. Because right now we have, oh my god, that could be like if I do Minecraft series, we could call it hashtag Maincraft. Oh my god, Taylor, what has this word been? I feel like this word hasn't. Oh my god, hashtag Maincraft has unlocked something in my brain. Hashtag Maincraft. The tag for. Oh my god, it could be the new mod pack. I'm making a fabric mod pack. We have a forge one right now, but I'm gonna make a new one for fabric, I think. Because a lot of people are moving over to fabric instead of forge. So maybe that. Alright, I'm gonna head on over to chill. This should work. Sometimes for saving words. Yes you can. I'll be right back. Just one thing. Open the door. POV, I'm at your door. Open the door. I'm back. I'm back. We fixed it. We fixed it, goddammit. We fixed it, chat. We fixed it. Did you know, fun fact, that Minecraft's port is the same exact one as is the same exact one as the one that VTube Studio uses. So if you use crowd control, Rippy Dippy sucks the fuck, man. Because I was trying to make the server so I could like play on it, and it was like, are you sure you want to do that? Because we can't connect because something's already using that IP. And I was like, what do you mean something's already using it? It's like, yeah, something's already using it. And I'm like, what are you talking about, man? The only thing that should be on it is me and my Minecraft. But no, apparently VTube Studio and Minecraft are on the same exact port, which is very funny. Okay, so we're playing. All right. Well, let's play some Halloween music. This one. Okay. So we're playing the Dark RPG mod pack. If anybody wants crowd control points, because crowd control is on, just donate to the charity. Doesn't even go to me. A lone wind whipped explorer sits perched on. I don't want to be a wind guy, I think. Hydro. Okay, so this is wind, water, earth, fire. What is this? Oh, holy. Void teleport. Devoid of any aspect. Void of the aspect equivalent of choosing a human. A new adventurer awaits, the seasoned traveler, one who seems to never tire of the endless paths they travel. Fire immunity, homely strength. You do more damage whilst in the nether. I don't know which one I want. Never resistance to... It's me. It's me. I don't think I'm against this one. Let's do... Yeah, we'll do this one. Oh, man, there's a lot of races in here. Guys, there's a lot of races in here. There's another goblin. There's two different goblin. You know the tales of these fellows that are green and small. You know how it be. You have access to additional 9-slot inventory, which keep the items on death. With villager deals, you are good or persuading villagers, giving you better deals. You're green, deal with it. You cannot interact with animals. You can hit them, but cannot ride horses or shear sheep. You are much too cruel. Oh, well, I'll stick with the normal goblin then. I'm always a goblin. Wait, oh, I can't go back. That's okay. Oh, wait, choose your type. Dendro. Lovers of art, nature, and all things. The Dendro inhabit local forests. Every now and then, a brave adventurer will venture into the woods to witness their song. Flower regeneration, grass feed, poison cloud, and friendly assistance. Okay, I guess we'll go with Dendro. What's this? Choose your deity. Warden of nature, ingenuity, soldiers of war, peace, light, story, graves, life, and storms. I like nature. A companion. A dog. You can't directly hurt your pets. One of your pets takes damage. Instantly restore 3 heart. Oh. I want that one. Choose my class. Nitwit, farmer, ranger, miner. I'll be like a warrior. Mediocrity, man. Normal fighters with a sword. And shield. Oh, I'm bad with shields, though. I kind of want to explore more, so... A compass, clock, and 9 empty maps. Ooh, sprinting doesn't cause you to exhaust. That's pretty good. And when you take to receive a permanent buff to the health. Potion effects when you drink a potion. That's kind of cool. Use each weapon until the fellows are dealing a bit more damage. I think I'll actually still select the warrior. All right. What the actual fuck? Okay, I think I have to link. The server is running crackle with warning effects. Okay. Hopefully this all works good. Let me open up a few things. Not that one. Minecraft. Where am I? Minecraft. Search. Multiplayer. Okay. And let me bring up borderless gaming. Because I like how it makes Minecraft be. Always feel like somebody's watching me. Oh, this is the... I don't know what this is. I'm confused on what I'm doing. Hi, Shams! Hello! Okay, I don't know why borderless gaming isn't working, so that's okay. We'll just close that. Oh yes, and then I'm gonna make sure that the effects manager is working. Dig a hole. Okay, it works. Okay, it works. And then I should put turn game audio on. Oh. Config? Graphics? Ugh. I want it to not do the thing where when I hover over a block, it lights up. It annoys me. It's like, attack indicator, crosshair view. I don't know if that's the game or the song, so I'm a little scared. You've hit your curve goal. Huh? 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 Did we wee-wee? Oh my god. Oh my god, Shems, thank you! Oh my god, shit, Shems, thank you! Holy fuck! Oh my god, why is the thing not update? I'm so sorry. Oh, shit, Shems. Holy fuck. Holy fuck, okay. Yay! Shems, thank you so much. Let me know if you want to be drawn. Oh, wait. Let me give me your references. Give me your references, because I'll draw you as an angel and a devil. And a devil. Holy shit. Holy shit. Holy shit. Do we bump up? Are we to bump up the goal now? So I think, yeah, we could bump it up. Let's bump it up a little bit then. Bump it up to 300. Very close to that. There you go. There you go. Thank you, Shems. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you. Holy fuck. Okay, Oh no. I'm scared. Wait, I just realized how many Shems crowd control tokens he must have just gotten. I was also gonna... Block entity calling anime chunk thread always use block face calling if the block face in the camera will be submitted for rendering. Use flag occlusion. What the thing is what is the thing called? Graphics, leads, biome, POV performance, shader packs. Oh, I think it's because of this. Potato shaders, red hat. So there's a lot of them in here. Yeah, because I forgot they're shader based, I think. I'm very afraid. I just sit in the shader screen for a little. Okay. Okay. Oh god, I got like 10 times more spooky. Okay, great. Oh god. Okay. I need tree. Okay, this doesn't have the timber mod stuff in it. I'm very afraid. Oh shit! Thank you so much. Oh, what the fuck, Shems? Shems! Shems! Shems, please. I've just started playing. Please. What is that? Player corruption. Empower your corruption abilities. They want all the emotes. They do. They already get both. They already get both. Ow! Please, I don't have a sword yet. Oh, why is he so fast? Oh, he has resistance to. Why does he have so much health? Man, guys, I was just. Oh, I'm a goblin. That's right. I'll go back down there in a second. Let me just make a sword. Okay. Oh, wait, and an axe. Oh, shit, I don't have enough. Sweats very nervously. I feel like I have to go 10 times faster because Shem's got them points. Okay. There's a ghost. Where'd that skeleton go? Yeah. Get out of here. Get out of here. Get out of here. I'm getting so many achievements I can't see. Go away. Ow! That's kind of bull honky. Why did I where am I? Ew, what the fuck? Oh my god, wait, what the fuck is that? I don't... That shit's scary. I don't want to go down there. What the fuck? Please. Why do I have to spawn at night? Maincoow. Yeah, you're maincoow. Oh. Where is it? Where is it? I don't know where he is. I can hear him. He's like below me. Oh, there he is. What the fuck is that? It's a ghoul? Ow! Oh my god. Oh no, not the skeleton. I did it. What is this? I got some seeds. Oh no, there's another one. Oh god, there's another one. Oh no, 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 no. What the fuck is this? Oh, this seems like not safe. Hello? Get away from me. Oh, Shems, no! God damn you, Shems. God damn it, Shems. I wasn't even not safe because of the it wasn't the why is there another one? Why is there another one, Shems? Shems, why is there another supercharged creeper over there? Shems, I only have a wooden sword. Oh! We're okay. Oh my god. Oh my god. There's so many spawners. Get away. Okay. I don't have an axe. A pickaxe. Ow! Boy, these guys hurt. How do I open my inventory? Holy shit. Need a book. Maybe I should do a different race. How do I open my inventory? There you go. Let the suffering commence at his beginning. Okay, hold on. I like the geo. As a cat person. Maybe, what race did you pick? I don't know. I might change my race, I'll be honest. Piglin. Excuse me? I'm afraid to get out of this menu because I see that there's an anvil. I think I'm safe, though. I think I'll be okay. Gorgon. Desperate. Underling. Some races make things very difficult. Yeah, I'm presuming like the red ones. That was a goblin. A truffle? Truffles, along with having normal properties of fungi, have a unique ability to adapt to the situations on the fly. You can switch between different magic spores. Red cap boosts offense, green cap boosts defense, and blue cap boosts mobility. Changing spores will decrease the abilities of the other two caps. Infestation. You can turn soil blocks into mycelium at the cost of hunger. You gain bonuses based on spores, and you have one standing on mycelium. Food is decompressed before. And otherwise. Interesting. Gain strength from water. Inflammable, though. Inflammable. I don't know. Is there any recommended ones? I don't know if there's any, like, recommended beings. Tiny paper. So you sneak? Weird. Thank you, Shyams. Dark Chidori. Oh. I don't know. Maybe I should just stick with human. I think I should just stick with human, actually. Oh goodness, I have to reselect all these. Select. I prefer phantom because it comes with wall hacks, but needs a lot of food. Yeah, maybe I'll just stick with human. Haha! Oh wait. Oh. I get a free anvil. Actually, I don't know if I get a free anvil because I don't have... Oh, I have 2 iron. So maybe? I don't know if it'll give me this anvil, though. Oh, I gotta... Tab isn't for inventory. It's pissing me off. But I'm too lazy to change it right now. Boop, 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 boop. Oh, I can break it with this. Okay, it just takes longer. Haha, my anvil now. I'm not going back down there. I'm not going back down there. I'm so much taller now. Login rewards? Oh my god, it gave me a stone sword. Oh my god, I have a stone sword now. Let's go. Hello, Mr. Piggy. Strawberry crops. I need to find a place to live. Oh, I found a house. I will live here. Forest fort by Simply Houses. Does this have enemies in it? Hello? Hello? Well, this is nice. I don't know, I kind of like it here, guys. This is pretty pretty. Loot. Ooh. Potion. Another potion. I don't have... I need, like, leather. Can you make backpacks on this one? You can. Wait, do they just have... Yeah, it looks like they just have the traveler's backpack. Which I need leather for, so I'm gonna go kill something. I think I have to go kill cows for... Is it cows or... I think it's horses. It's cows or horses. It's one of the two. So I don't think sheep would give me... Where are we in the world? I want to find a place to build a home. I like... Am I like down here? What's my render distance? And then I'll make it a little bit higher. Brightness, radiant. Make it like moody. Let's make it moody. Huh? Huh? I heard something break a grass block. It spooked me. Family. Oh. Oh wait, I guess I can put things in this pouch. Put some seeds. A tomatillo! Oh my god, I found a tomatillo. Pog? Are these tomatillo seeds? They are tomatillo seeds. Oh, I don't have to eat. I'm not hungry. Okay, hold on. Keybinds, tab. Key tab. And then inventory. Okay. There you go. Maple forest. Whoa, the trees have like little what do you call it? Branches? That's cool. There's a grave here. How many mods do we have on this Minecraft server? We are currently playing the Dark RPG Fabric Pack, so 451 it seems. But yeah, welcome on in, Gamers Outreach. I hope you're having a wonderful day. Thank you so much for letting us work with you and once again raise money for your wonderful, wonderful organization. Yeah, it's a pretty popular pack from what I understand, Dark RPG. So we were gonna do like TE's horror experience, but it wasn't working. So, you know, I mean, what's spookier than, I mean, to be fair, there's like no mobs around, which I feel is kind of spooky. We're so happy to have you. I'm so glad. Maybe we'll build here. Oh, it's like a nice beach. It's a nice day, chat. It's a nice, hello, it's cows! Give me leather. I need leather. Do you drop leather or just me? You dropped gold? Oh! Oh! No! Shems! 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 Shems, you son of a... Oh, I spawned where I died. I spawned where I died. You mother, you made it so I couldn't move, which is more messed. I guess I live here now. You know what? We live here. This is where we live now. God, Shems, that scared the crackers out of the scarier thing is that I think creepers in default in this mod pack are supercharged speed 3 creepers, so a bit scarier than maybe the norm. We have a torch. We have a torch. I don't need to eat it though. I don't need it though just yet. Oh, coal! Oh, and a diamond! Wow, Shems, maybe my death wasn't the worst. Yahoo! But yeah, no, as I was looking into Minecraft mod packs, I was actually thinking of making, cause we, for, oh, Kiwi! Kiwi Bobini, thank you for the 25! I know your reference, cause I made your reference, thank you so much. I'm gonna have to put the goal up higher. How you guys doing today? How was your day, Kiwi? I hope you're having a good day. Let me just get this up here. I really haven't learned, have I? That's all right. Okay. But welcome on in. I feel like I gotta make it like more moody. The thing shows. I just escaped a kidnapping. What do you mean? What does that mean? I'm trying maybe like nostalgia, maybe enhanced, vibrant. Maybe we'll do vibrant. Yeah, vibrant's pretty cool. Vibrant's pretty cool. I just want to see if we can make it any spookier. Brightness 50, full screen resolution, max frame rate. We're just gonna put it at 60. View bobbing off, and we're gonna apply. It's more literal than you think. What the fuck? Are you okay? Are you okay? My nephew grabbed me and started walking me around the house. Oh, but that's like a cute. That's fair. Actually, that is a kidnapping. That is a kidnapping. I have a new skill point. Press. Whoa. Where do I start? Aspirations tree. I have points here. Okay, I think I start. I don't know where I start. Does it say where I start? Oh, okay. Arcane power, price of glory, healing. Ooh, I like healing. Okay, I have no more points now. Okay. Oh, it got so dark. Uh-oh. I have a torch. Oh, well, we're getting coal, so I'll have more in a second. Have I been mining with a... Have I been mining with my axe? I don't know. I don't know. Where's all my... I actually don't know if I had dirt. Challenge completed. Ooh. I did it. I did the challenge. I don't know what the challenge was for, but I did it. God, this is such a big hole. Boop, 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 boop. Oh! Who was that? Who was that? Oh, I see. Ah, you. That was rude. I don't even know what sound that was. It was for dirt. For dirt. My nephew grabbed me and it. What even noise did that belong to? That must have belonged to something though, right? Like I don't know now. Oh boy. I have more iron somehow. I have more iron. I can make a better pickaxe. Yes, better pickaxe is what I want. Oh, I have like 2 pickaxes. Was it gassed? Oh, was it? Oh! It's Shems! Hello, Shems! Hello, Mr. Shems! Welcome! Wait, no, you have to stay here, Mr. Shems. No, you must stay with me. It's a lonely... Go in the hole. Go in the hole. Come on, let's go in the hole. Go in the hole. No, Mr. Shems, come. You must come into the hole. No, Shems, don't leave me. Shems, please, I don't have any... Wait, I just got some wheat, I think. Would barley work? You want some barley? You want some barley, Shems? Sound like a mega silverfish or something? Yeah, a little bit. Come on. Come. Go in the hole. Oh my god, the music is scaring me that we're playing as well. Shems, come on. Shems, no, don't leave me. Please. Okay, Shems, I don't... Oh! A ghost has spawned over there. Okay, I need a hoe. I also need water, though. Easier to push while crouching. Oh, is it? Shems, please, hide your bits. Hide your bits, man. Come on, get in the hole. Come on. Can you even get in the hole? Because you're upside down now? Come on. Oh. Okay, can you go up? No, come on. Okay, I'm just gonna grow some wheat, I think. Hi, Candle Mother! Welcome on in. Maybe I'll make my house here. Make a beach house. I just want some more water near where we are. Is there more water over this way by any chance? Shems, I found you a lover! I found you a lover, Shems. There's an Enderman right there. There's a skeleton over there. What the? No, Kiwi, why? I can't see. No. Oh, we can make a little hobbit home here. I hope you're having a good day, Candle Mother. Thank you for stopping by. Kiwi, how could you do this? Okay, I can jump now. I'll protect you, Shems. Ow. Ow. I got this, Shems. Don't worry. Oh, shoot. Wait, where did I spawn? Is it a random spawn chance? Like, you can spawn in different places, I wonder? Did I lose my inventory? Okay, cool, I didn't. I think keep inventory is on in this game. Which, you know what? Fine by me. Fine by me. I must go back, though. I might have to kill some sheep on the way. So that way I can make a bed. I have a song request. I was a No. Get away from me, Mr. Creeper. I said get away from me! Where did you even come from? Oh my god, he's so fast. I like that song. Who was that? Ow! Stop, please. Stop, please. Stop, please. Stop, please. Stop, please. Ow. Ow. Oh, no, Shems! No, Shems! No! Oh, no! No, I still can't move! No, and I can't block it! Stop. That's very interesting. I don't know if the spawns are... Ow! Kiwi. Where am I? Okay, hold on. Delete waypoint. Okay. Gotta go this way. On the bay. Thank you, Pixels, for the clip. I feel so slow because I'm just a human. Kind of slow. I just want to make a house. Was that a chest? No, it wasn't. Okay. Ooh, this would be a nice place to make a home. Kind of nice. But I kind of like the place we were at. We're hiding, I'll be shining like I'm born to be. 'Cause we are hunters. Okay, we'll go along the beach. No, leave me alone. No, leave me alone. Ow, I said leave me alone. Alright, we go. I'm hiding, now I'm shining like I'm born to be. I'm as high as these. Ow. Ow. No, why is there another supercharged reaper? No, don't look at me. What do you mean there's a skeletal creeper? There are skeletal creepers. For why? For why? I go into the water. The water has to be less spooky, am I right, guys? Oh, a turtle. Yeah, this is nice. This is nice. I'll just swim. Oh, hello? Hello? What the fuck? What is happening? I have like bifocals. He don't want me. Oh, Mew! Oh, wait, I'm not sinking. I'm not sinking. Oh, I'm good. I'm good. Whoa, there's 3 now. Hey, we're good. Oh. How will I make a house? Dang it, I mean, oh shit. Okay, alright, no, we're good. We're good. How am I supposed to get down? Oh, wait. Ah! Ow. No, Kiwi, please. I just want to make a home. Please. Live in a hole in the ground. Shems will help you build it. That's what I did. I want to live in the hole that Shems built us from the first creeper explosion over there, but I can't get back to it. Oh God! Why are all the creepers supercharged? What is this madness? This is heresy. This is heresy. Oh, I've been rewarded? Oh, ender bread! Yippee! I got ender bread. Hey, stop. You stop that. Stop that. Ow. Choose him for his body. Yeah. Oh, you gigolo. There's a little baby zombie down there. Oh! No! Guys, how will I ever get back home? There's home. Hold on. Create waypoint. Home. Create. Okay. Delete. Wait. There we go. Alright. We just need to make it home. Oh, God damn it. Oh, my God. Can I have one? Ah! Oh, we're okay. Scare the shit out of me, guys. What the fuck? There's a grave right there. I feel like I need to desaturate Minecraft. Don't do anything while I'm doing this, because it might break stuff. So hold on. I wanna desaturate contrast, lighting, colors, anti-icy bloom, depth of field. Hold on. Okay, wait. We'll go home, And then I'll find a shader pack that makes Minecraft look spooky, okay? I think that would be good. Good middle ground. Cuz I think you know, Minecraft looks a little too pretty, you know? It's not scary enough. It's not scary enough. I think there's like oh god, I got cataracts. Chad, I think I got some cataracts going. Oh my god. Oh my god, this feels like how I look at the world without glasses. Oh, wait, is Mr. Shems alive? I heard a desaturate. It did kinda. It looks kinda cool though. I kinda like it. No, there's a skeleton. Is Mr. Shems still alive? The cow? Is Mr. Shems the cow still around? Oh, there's a hole there. Oh, he is! There he is! Okay, cool. Ow! Burn! Ass? Butt? Okay. Alright. There we go. Just gonna carve out this hole a little bit to make a little pretty little hole to live in. There we go. This is our hole. Welcome home, chat. Alright. I'm gonna look up really quick how to make Halloween Minecraft shaders. Spooklementary is a horror themed shader with desaturated movie block lighting. Alright, download. Select a game version 1.20.1, I think. I think that's the version we're on. Yeah, 1.20.1. Ah! I'm not gonna get used to that. It's so scary. I don't know if this one will work, but so I don't know what things we're using. Open shader pack folder. I don't know if we're using Iris or not, so I don't actually know if this will work. Fast capper cilders. Hello? Wait, do you have cave echoes? I might. I don't want to live in a cave. Don't make me live in a cave, Kiwi. Alright, where is it? Spooklementary apply. Oh, we are using Iris. It says it in the bottom left. You guys can't see it, but it does say in the bottom left that we're using Spooklementaries. Do you want me to turn the chat off on the screen? I could do that if it's a bit... Whoa! Whoa! Oh, this looks so much spookier. I'm gonna I don't like the... Hold on. I'm just gonna change the... clouds. I don't like the clouds being all super realistic. I like Reimagined, I think Reimagined makes them... Yeah, they make them cubes. Very spooky, me like it. Okay. I need a shovel. Everything's so gloomy now. I've never played Minecraft with like this kind of gloomy effect. We're going to make an iron shovel look weird. Oh, it's got like a reflection on it. It's got a reflection, so you can actually see a reflection in the shovel. Oh! Son of a bitch. I'm lucky that I didn't leave all the things on for this. I like took some off. Like you can like spawn, you can kill the player, which I turned that one off. Because I feel like, you know, the creeper's pretty close to that. And then I also turned off like changing the game difficulty because depending on where I am, that doesn't really do anything. I turned off a few other ones. I forgot what they were though. Boop, 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 boop. But if you see any ones that we don't have that you'd be interested in, just let me know. I think a lot of like the potion ones I turned off. Oh, Kiwi! Oh wait, okay, where's Mr. Shems? Oh, Mr. Shems is over there if you two want to mingle. Hello, Kiwi. Okay, goodness. Oh. fire spell ball. Ooh. Ooh. I found loot. I found loot, chat. I'm pogging. Sort by name. Interesting. Sort. I need these. And then I need this guy and the wood blocks. I'll put these in here. I'll put that over there. We have a singular diamond somehow. I don't know how we got a diamond, but we have one. I have a fiery sword. Hi, Kiwi. You're a great cow. Just gonna basalt. Just gonna clean this up. This is our home now. I hope it's not a bad omen to dig up a grave in the place that we're gonna build a home. Well, it's kind of like adjacent, you know? I mean, that guy didn't need it anymore. You're gone on Hasahu. It's very dark, huh, Kiwi? Oh, that's Shems. Sorry, Shems. I said, I'm running in the night. Which side has more water to it? Oh, made it uneven. Bloop. This side is the way with the water, but this side also has, like, more hill. Goblin cows and dragon cows look very similar, yes. If I could, I'd dye you guys different colors. I don't think I can, though. There's a hole right there. Let me take my sticks and make more of these. You can make black dye with coal. I didn't know that. It's so dark. How am I supposed to see? Okay. I feel like it's just because I put my stuff on moody lighting. Oh, this is not even. Is it? 1, 2, 3, 1, 2. It like is, but I need to extend this hole out that way one more. Right? Because then it would be 1, 2, 3 in. Yeah. I've been playing Core Keeper a lot recently, and my brain for like hotkeys are like so broken right now. There we go. That's where I want the door to be. I want the door to be right there. I gotta go bring my stuff down here. Ooh, I'm blinded by the light. Also, I don't know if anybody in chat has experienced modding Minecraft, but if you have any recommendations for fabric mods, let me know. I'm essentially thinking of converting our Minecraft server that we have now into a fabric server. Just because it has more support, I think. Hold on. Hide myself right here. Let me look at it. What is you got me as your first one! I think that makes sense, because, you know, me is the reason why we're friends. What is better, forge or fabric? Oh, give me your you. Yes, that is the only one that Star needs to get 8 out of 8. This is a test between 2 clashing mod loaders. This post should be 1.16 point. This is 2 years ago. This one was from... I'm too close to my mic again. Hold on. There we go. So what should I choose? There's no simple answer which is better. Both platforms have their benefits and downsides. So if you're doing something simple like using World Edit in single player Fabric is probably your better option. If instead you want to play with multiple mods that all add blocks and items, Forge is likely better suited for what you're doing. The most significant factor in this decision will be which one supports mods that you want to use. Not all mods exist for both Forge and Fabric, so you often have to get a choice. Interesting. Is it fabric or forge better a year ago? Because I heard that, like, the forge creator is kind of not the best. For earlier, fabric is updates frequently as more user-friendly, as I've heard. Minecraft mod loader's better. Fabric, too bad. For a few hands of vanilla experience. Ah, that does make sense. Okay, we might stay with Forge then. Because it looks like the difference is basically that Forge is for the big boy mods. If you really want to change Minecraft to a point where it almost feels like you're not playing the same game. Whereas if you're just enhancing normal Minecraft, like you're just playing like a vanilla plus, I'd say, then Fabric is the way to go. I also think my UI is too big. Where's the UI? HUD size should be 2. Okay, maybe not 2, maybe like 3. There you go. Oh, my eye itches. Okay. I want to look up one more thing. I think all these will be rather similar, so it'll be fine. I just wanted to see if there's any other like shader packs that were a bit fancier. I'm gonna make you guys like a little fenced in area. Very dark out tonight. Would be a shame if like some spooky shit happened. There's a creeper out there. Do you see that? There's a creeper. I don't know what that is. It's like sparkling over there. Hello? I don't know where Kiwi or Mr. Shems the cow have gone, but I'm sure they're alright. What is this? This is... What is this from? Hey. What the fuck? That is a whole kiwi. God dang it, kiwi. Didn't even give me the blocks to fill this back to the back of the Simpsons. Ah, it is the Simpsons. Thank you. I haven't heard the Halloween version, but I have heard the normal version, so that makes more sense. Hello, what is that? What is this? What was that? What is this? What is that? There's a thing here. Hello? Hello? I heard a cow. I heard a cow chuff. My girlfriend is a witch. Okay, that side looks better. What the fuck is that? What is that? Oh, Fox Lunares, thank you for the 10! Feel free to let me know if you want to be... Oh, thank you. Oh my god, I'm full now. Yippee! What is that? What is that? What is that? Feel free, Fox, to let me know if you want to be drawn as a angel or a devil. And if you could send me your references in Discord DMs or post them in my Discord or if you want to send any other way, just let me know. Alright, I need a door. I need to cut down wood, actually. I need to cut down some trees. I can't see. It's fuck ass dark, bruh. It's fuck ass dark. What is that? Oh, what is that? What is that? What is that? I just wanted to cut some wood. I have no bed. I have to do something in the night. Okay. What is that? What's happening? It's so dark. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god, what is that? Are things watching me? Oh my god, this is so scary. I just want to find a tree. Oh, I found. Oh, there's so many eyes. Okay, I'm just gonna. Awesome. I'll let you know. Sounds good. Thank you. Oh my goodness. Shams, thank you for another 25. Holy shit, dude. Thank you. Oh. I'm very afraid of the things that you have the power to do. Huh? Wood. I'm gonna go home now. Okay, bye. Oh god. Oh, hi, Mr. Shams. Hello. You've wandered in. Okay, let me just make you a little cage. No, Shams, stay in the cage. No, Shams, no, Shams, come back. Back in. Back in the back. Oh, okay. Well. Just, you know, we need a base of operations. Ooh. Okay. Now we can sleep in this coffin, maybe? Shams didn't want to be bound. I get it. Oh, we need a block right here. There we go. Our dirt home. Welcome home, chat. What's the new goal? The new goal is, oh shit, I don't know, 450, 500. We'll do another 100. Do another 100. We do another 100. I guess we're playing that game that Kiwi played. I think it's in Content Cubby, the iRoomba. We'll play that tomorrow. They don't have the thing where it like opens both the doors at the same time. That's crazy. All right, let's get to digging, huh? Make our home. New skill point. A donk. I actually don't know what those skills do, but we got them. Is it morning yet? Is it morning? I can't tell. I think it is. I think it's no, it's becoming morning. Okay. Just gonna go back in my hole. I might put the brightness up a little bit. I feel like I put it up maybe a little too dark. Okay, there we go. Yeah, that works. Just training my eyeballs a little bit. Oh my god, my nose itches. Okay. Oh, I found another diamond. Let's go. I can make a diamond sword now if I wanted. But I have this cool sword, so maybe I'll save it for like a pickaxe or something. Alright, let's go bring... Hello? I thought I saw something. Okay. Crafting workbench. Put that there. We need to go get more, like loot, I think. I also need food. Boop, boop. Boop. Oh, that's fine. I want this. Put that in there. Can I sleep in this coffin? Oh no, it's like a chest. Holy shit, this is not bad of a chest. Actually, it's a chest. It'll be our outside chest. We'll put it right here. Yeah. I'll go get my stuff. We still need to go kill some horses. Foodstuffs can go in here. Oh, wait, they're potatoes. I have potatoes. I will... Let me in. Food. Yum. I should put this thing on, you know. More seed stuff. I want to plant like wheat seeds so that way I can feed Shems and Kiwi. Polished deep slate, wood. Ooh, I'll put those shoes on. I need another, actually. Yeah, I need the other chest now. Can you make leather out of dirty meat? Right out leather. Oh, whoa, what was that? What was that? What was that? What happened there? What's happening here? Hello? Huh? Okay. Yeah, that's fine. Okay, so you can make a leather out of rabbit skin? Can I smelt? Yes, we can smelt dirty meat. Yes. It's my favorite thing in the whole wide world. I love smelting some dirty meat to get some leather. I probably should read these books, but I'm gonna leave those books right there. Dark slushy. Cool. I'm gonna put that with the bread. Do I have enough inventory space now to move this? No. Darn it. Okay. Cause I know the thing's gonna clear up all the stuff on the ground in a minute, and I don't want to lose my stuff. I go in there. I'll put that in there just so I can go pick up the chest. Oh! Oh, my chest is gone. I was trying to time it so it wouldn't do that. That's okay. Oh, I have an anvil I can put down too. I forgot. That Shems tried to kill me with. I'm gonna put this. I don't really have a I don't really have a loose chest. So I put all my wood away. That's fine. We'll just put the books in here, the heads in here. Need these sticks. I don't really need some of these things. Like I think I can throw these away. And then I have a backup sword. This. And then I need to make a thing. Boop. Boop. Alright. And now, what else do we need for a backpack? Let's see. For a basic tier backpack, we have a spider web. We can make a chest. How do we make a sleeping bag? How do you make a sleeping bag? Oh, it's 3 wool. I have to go find sheep. Oh, I should probably actually, so that way I don't kill the sheep. I should make some shears. I have the perfect amount of iron. Cause I feel bad when I'm killing the sheep. Cause the sheep, the sheep die. But if I shoot them, they get to live on. A horse? Oh wait, I don't need the leather anymore. You are saved from my murderous ways. There's another cow. I need a sheep. I need a sheep. Hold on, I'm gonna go into the settings for this really quick. Because I like it when the icons are there instead of dots. What is it? Terrain, world map, waypoint, minimap settings. Change position, overlay settings, entity radar, setting dots. Display names. Legacy? Default legacy? I want... Oh. Yes. Dots. I thought... I guess we display them with names. Yeah, that works. Cause I can't. Is that a crow? I can't see the... I like it when the dots are like the icons of the mobs. But I wasn't seeing that option, so... Hello, Mr. Sheeps. Hello, thank you for your contribution. I want to make my bed, sleeping bag red. Where are they? It's so dark. I want more tulip. Oh, I guess I could just use the one red. Hello, Buster. Welcome back. How are you doing? Thank you again for the raid earlier. I'm sorry I was at a BRB screen when you came in, but I hope you're having a wonderful, wonderful day. Wonderful day. Oh, there's a ravine. Okay. Go back in my house. A pet bed. Cool. I don't have a pet. Okay, and then we make a chest. And I think we can just break down the cobweb. It is okay. I'm sorry if you're having a bum day. But know here that we love you. Oh, is it like 1 per? Oh. I thought cobwebs gave you more. 1, 2, 3, 4. It's like a chest, and then I need leather. Or is it 3? Oh, that doesn't keep. Oh, okay. This, the chest, and then the leather. Diamond web! Wow. I thought I did this right. I didn't. It's only one. It's only 1 string. Standard. How do I make it into an iron backpack? View recipe tree? I did that. How do you make it... How do you make it better? Oh my god. You didn't really clutter. I think... What? Use clutter inventory? You reorganized my inventory! Motherfucker! Wait, no, this goes here. Ooh. No. Where did this come from? Where did this wood sword come from? Why is it a mythic wooden sword? What do you mean it's a mythic? Cast spells from equipped spellbook? What do you mean? I think it like disorganized but also gave me stuff? I don't know. I'm confused now. We can go in here. I'll put the diamond web outside. I'll use my backpack. Oh, this is interesting. Does this not go here? Oh. How do I sleep? How do I sleep with my backpack? I think I got it. Hold on, let me close the door. Oh, okay. Keybinds. Backpack. We can test it if we empty your inventory. Yeah, okay. As long as you're okay with using the points here, I'll empty my inventory. There you go. Oh, it didn't do anything. I guess maybe it does rearrange my inventory then. Huh. Can I refund that? Because I feel bad now. I think I can? Replay this effect. Refund this effect. Refund that effect. And I want to refund the other one too because I feel bad that that didn't actually do anything. Is there any other effects I want to turn back on? I donated for science! Yeah, but still, science can be free. Should I add back delete random item? I think that'd be kind of funny. Star flare, remove food, give a lecture. I don't like the give stuff. I don't want you guys to like give me a lot of stuff because I'd feel bad. Invert camera and invert controls could be funny, so I'll actually do those ones. Give 2 random items that has high chance of modifiers. I do the place ones because I didn't think the place ones would be funny. Spawn wither. I'm okay. I will die. If you want, we're gonna do a spawn a zombie. We're gonna do. Excuse me. Oh. Oh, hi, Buster. Welcome home. Hi. This is actually really cute. Maybe we'll do crowd control Minecraft more often. Maybe I can have like different modes where we have like a peaceful mode, and then we can have like when I'm out on adventures, it can be chaotic mode. So that way, like you guys could do like spooky stuff to me. Let me think. Yeah, we could probably put that on the Minecraft server, honestly. Maybe I'll do that tomorrow. What do you guys think about doing that tomorrow? I could go out on an adventure on our Minecraft server. How hard would that be? I'll have to ask Sim. Because I think that would be really cool. Because our Minecraft server has a lot of spooky stuff, and I just have to go adventuring to find them. I wanted to be with you, and now you're gonna be with me forever. Because Kiwi and Shems are out there, but it's fucking scary out there, dude. Do you plan to do a creepy mod? That was my plan, but none of the creepy mods would work with crowd control. Or it was like hard to set them up. But I could go like to a dungeon if you guys want. We can go to a dungeon. Lies, curses, or thriller night. Cause like I guess crowd control is kind of finicky when you there's a supercharged creeper. Nope. I'm going inside. I'm going to sleep and then we will go do that. Actually, do I have any? No. Oh no. Oh god, wait. Okay. Okay, wait. I gotta get to the crafting table. So to go forward, I gotta go backwards. Okay. How do I make a bed? Bed is 3 wool. I need 3 more wool. How much wool do we have? 2? Okay. It went away. Okay. We're okay. Alright, I'm gonna go try to find sheep. Is there sheep on the map? No. I can't see. Okay. Oh god, where am I? Oh god, there's a creeper. There's a creeper, please no. You go check if those sheep are good now. I think I killed the sheep that I was there. Please keep me alive. I think you're alive at home. Oh, no, it's dark and I have to go home. Oh, God. Oh, no. But I do like this crowd control stuff. It's kind of fun. It makes it feel a bit more interactive. Please. Please, it's already so spooky. Honestly, I'm not really digging this Halloween playlist. I might change it. Also, thank you guys for supporting me in this charity event. It made me very happy. I hope you guys are getting good content. What in the actual fuck was that? Okay, I'm just gonna stand here for a second. I'm gonna change the play. Ha 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 ha! What was that? What was that? Was that an actual creeper? Shouldn't it have blown me up? Are you a creeper? Ow! Oh, it's like a... What the fuck was that? I don't know what's happening. I'm so afraid. I wanna go home. Beep 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 beep. I'm going home. I'm going home. Oh, I see home. Ah! Okay, we're just gonna... Hi, Buster. I'm home. Hello. I will give you some grass in a minute if you want. Let me just change the playlist. This playlist kind of sucks. Can you sort playlists? Okay, we'll try this one, and if I don't like this, I like a white home and get home. I am sorry! It's dark! Okay, I need to... Oh my god, I did not mean to click those buttons in that order. Keybinds, category. Open backpack. Sort backpack. Where's the sleeping bag thing? How do you do a sleeping bag thing? How do I put a sleeping bag on it? Oh. Oh. Oh, okay. Okay. Well, I guess that's fine. Okay, let's open this space up a little bit so you can sleep. Or so you can have more space. Huh, Buster? Iron shovel's almost dead. We gotta grow some... Let me go get iron. Okay, hold on. We need... First off, we need more sheep. And I think I killed the sheep that was over there. So we're gonna... Give me your meats. Watcha. Watcha. Look at the modern hotkeys. I did, so now I like fixed the thing, but I don't know if that's like... If the sleeping bag is like a thing... Is like a hotkey within it. But I don't think it was, because it didn't seem like it. That horse scared me. Oh, right. I died because of the... Oh, the sheep is still alive. Boop. Cool, I have enough now. Okay. I'm gonna pretend that I didn't see that creeper. Why are all the creepers on this mod pack fucking supercharged? That's fucking crazy. Oh! That scared the shit out of me. It's very interesting that that's how they do pop-ups. I thought it would be like different, but I like that. That's like not the worst. It'd be funny, but it'd have to be very restrictive if like you could put an image up on my screen, like you could just upload an image. But it'd have to be approved by like a mod or something, obviously, but it'd be cool. Phantom of the Opera. It's like old school pop-up, exactly. All right, Buster. Wish you were out of bed. All right. All right, I gotta go get iron. I'll be back. I'll be back. I gotta go get some iron. Is there anywhere on the map that looks like this way? Or Shems's? I guess I just let you guys roam because you guys don't want to be caged, which is fair. Oh, it does reorganize my inventory. Oh, okay. That'll be so inconvenient if like I was like walking around and like you guys cluttered my inventory while I was fighting and it just like I fought with a piece of bread. That one wasn't a really good cave. Where's the cave? What is that? Is there anything on the map that looks cool? There was this thing. I was like, whatever. Maybe go this way? I'll go this way. Let's go this way. Oh. Huh! Hey. Hey now. Come back safe. Get a move on. You no. The anvil one's hard because it's like timed, right? I guess if you... No, I shouldn't help you guys. I'm not telling you what I think. The fuck? Hey, skeletal creeper, come fight me. Oh, what the fuck? Why is it dark? Did I fuck up? Oh, okay. Maybe don't. Okay, maybe don't do that. Hello, Mr. Chicken. Alright, we're not doing that again. Dang, I've waited until you had a bed just for the anvil. Damn, I'm sorry. Is the anvil expensive? What do you mean? No, no, Kiwi, listen. Okay! Ow! Ow, my butthole. I didn't die. Go. Let go! No! I don't trust this. Okay, we're good. I think I went the wrong way. I wanted to go this way. I want you to go that way. Again! Where do we go? I like want to check if my mic's like a good distance from me. I'm scared if I stop because I'm gonna fuck my butthole. Ooh, I like the way these flowers look. They're cute. Broccoli. Hello. Hello, squibs. You're gonna be dead right now. Alright, I will look because I have a thing I need to check really quick. I think it's okay with you. There's so much more. With a version that's like covered by the note. Covers text, but also oh right, I wanted to go this way. Oh, this is just like water, right? But I wanted to go over here. Oh god! Oh god! I thought there was water. I thought there was gonna be water there. Hey, Buster. Cornholio will strike again. I thought there was water. There was not water. I lied to myself. I need this. Okay, well. Alright. I appreciate that keep inventory is on. I will say that. I have to... Oh, the waypoint's still there. Cool. I was gonna do a Tony. I said come back safe. I technically came back. Hi, Shams. Kiwi's over by the wild. I came back with loot. Just not in the safest way. But if you think about it, in the fastest way. Okay, so this is where we wanted to be. You came back dead? Undead, technically. Undead, technically. I think I'm gonna break this so that way I have like a little waterway down. Do I don't have any torches? Oh no, I do. Open, set free. Oh, in the closet. Oh, okay, that is in water. Okay. Oh, that's also in water. Okay. Hello, down here. Give me a second. Trying to make a little safe spot for me to know where I came from. There you go. Alright. Alright, this is the way out. Oh, here's my head. What's this? Tin? I don't really need tin, I don't think. Salt. I need iron. Need iron. Okay, I guess we'll start. I don't know if it's the shader doing this. It probably is, but like I keep seeing the eyeballs watching me in the darkness. It's very scary. As a she-wolf in the closet. That one's kind of cute though. I'm gonna need so many more torches. Did you watch the TikTok I put in the fridge the other day? I haven't. Do you want me to watch it right now? I can watch it right now. I'm probably safe. Or at least I don't think I did. Or at least I didn't watch it on stream. What? I want you to know. Oh my god! What the fuck? Hold on. I saw that. It's like 3 to 5 minutes long. Oh, wait, it's fine. As long as you promise to not kill me in Minecraft. Okay, hold on, let me restart it. Okay. Oh, that guy got ripped in half. I think that's sick. I find it interesting how things are rigged. They're just like literally split apart. Like you can see the joints on the iron golem, and that's just how it is. It's even that way in live 2D rigging, and 3D rigging as well. I've noticed. He's got a thing in his back. Whoa. Or is he gonna fix him? Oh, I get it. He had to melt it and then he could pull it out. The way he climbs is very interesting. It's kind of like monkey. Oh no, he went to go get fixed and now all the villagers are dead. What happened? Oh my god, it was a player. Oh my god, it was a player. This is why I only take from the loot chests, man. This is why I only take from the loot chests. I don't fuck with villagers, man. I don't fuck with them. Twitch. I fuck with traveling merchants. I'll fuck them up. I'll fight them. They're annoying, man. Them and their llamas. Whoa. Dude, players do seem like big BBG energy, huh? Dude, that's kind of sick, though. The build's really sick. Whoa. Whoa, that's cool. Actually, really like that. I'd be trying to kidnap the golems. It was me. It was you. I could see this you being a you build devouring. I could see this being a build that you have. I don't understand. Golems are good, like, good defense. If you can. No. Oh my god. See? This is why I don't have an iron farm either, man. That's why. 'Cause that's fucked up, man. I do that same exact shit, though. Efficient, no. It's morally bad. Bro, I do the same shit. I'd climb up on a little pillar. I'd probably be dead by now, though. To be, in all fairness, I'd probably forget to have armor on and just die. Though I will be fair, the Iron Golem's perspective is like so valid. Like if someone were to look at like some players like bases, they would be absolutely mortified. Damn, fuck him up, Iron Golem, fuck him up. Until they realize he can respawn, right? I feel like it'll be a thing where like he's gonna kill him, but then realize he'll respawn. Will he have the conscious understanding of like that the player is like immortal? This is sick though. Why wasn't the Minecraft movie like this? Why does the Minecraft movie was like this? That'd be really cool. I want the golem to gain more sentience, to understand that this is all a game. And the player is nothing more than a mere mortal. If he just could understand it was a game. No! 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 Oh, no! Oh, the golem finds his iron in pumpkin farm. I know, right? Oh, he yeeted him out. Go to the nether. It could heal you because you could like warm up and stuff. He all fucked up. No, wait. Oh, he's like all fucked up. I'm on the Iron Golem side. I want him to fuck up the player. Hold up, am I being hunted in Minecraft? I hear a zombie near me. I'm just gonna... Yeah, there we go. We're safe now. Oh. Oh, the piglins. Will the piglins help him? Help him! Help him! They're helping him. I like that the hoglin is carrying him. That's cool. Will he be reforged into like a nether golem? That sounds really cool. A nether golem. I'm into this. Is this what those like Minecraft movies are about that people say are like super prolific or whatever? He's gonna be reborn. Blaze rods? Oh, the little baby piggies. They're fixing them. Ooh. Whoa, he's got like stuff on his hands now. Oh, all his vines are like dead. This right here is my shit. Understandable. So are they gonna teach them like the way of the nether? I find it cool that like they changed the vine colors to be like dead. Dude, if wither skeletons sound like that, I'd be so afraid. I'd be like, Oh, they're getting their brothers back. Why is he in the back though? I thought they were chains, not gonna lie. No, that's valid. No, yeah, it's the I think it's the I mean it could be chains now. What did they put on his fists? Cause I know they melt is it like melted blaze rods technically? Damn, look at him go. Oh, he used the piglin. Oh, look at him go. He's One Punch Man now. I think netherite. Oh, that would make sense. It does kind of look like netherite. Damn, a netherite fucking golem dude would be sick. Oh yeah, that was with the skeletons. Got nothing. He kind of monkey. He remind me of monkey with the way they make him move. Oh, the player found. What's happening? Oh, he's making a beacon. Yeah, beat him the fuck up, brother. Yeah, he can't do shit now. Yeah, 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 yeah. How is that iron shield not broken though? Or like let's be real. How is that shield not broken? The zombie pigmen have no chance. They did not. They did not. Oh, he's still getting a little fucked up in the iron parts, but I think his fists are doing damage. Throw him off. Throw him off the cliff. Throw him off the cliff. Yes! Iron golems take. Oh, they did like the water thing where he catches himself with water. Yes! 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 Oh no, he has a Tome of Undying! He has a Tome of Undying! But he has no chest plate now. His chest plate broke. Oh, he put it back on. Nah, just do it again. Just do it again. Easy, just do it again. He can't have a second one, can he? He might have a second one. Yo. This is like absolute cinema, though. I really like this. Yes, yes! Oh, that was cool! What is that? What was that green thing? Does he have another tome? Oh, he does! Oh! So he used 2 more tomes then, because it was the same green effect? But this time, he ripped through them, man. Damn. Damn. What's happening? Oh, is that them resetting the world? Dude, that was like cinema, bro. That was real ass cinema. That was sick. That was good. That was a good break. That was a good break. All right. Good shit. Good shit. Hardcore world. Oh, dude. A player uninstalled Minecraft. Dude, that was sick. I'm glad we took the time to watch that because that was actually really cool. Thank you, Kiwi, for showing us that. Dude, that was sick. You know, sometimes having an attention span pays off, you know? Absolute cinema. Alright, I gotta make a staircase down. I don't trust myself to go down here and not fall. Do I have any more? I do have more coal. Alright, those eyes are getting a bit more friendly. The more I see them, they happen quite often, so I'm not as scared of them. I think I needed more wood. Should have got one. Oh! Jesus Christ, I'm going back up to get more wood. I'm not going back up because I'm scared. I'm going back up because I need more wood, you fucking assholes. That was so scary. That was so scary. I need more wood. Chop down like 2 trees. Oh, God, Jesus Christ. This is exciting. We have a whole nother day of this. I wonder how hard it would be to put this on our Minecraft server. I'm gonna ask Sim. I'm gonna ask Sim. Let me ask him. Let me ask him. Because I think that would be cool. How hard would it be to put crowd control on our Minecraft server? Okay, I need more wood. I wonder if this has like the falling leaves thing though. They're like if you mine the whole tree, at least the tree with like the leaves will go away. Can't wait till you get me a pen. A pen? Oh, like a stable? Yeah, man, I'll get you a stable. I'll make you I'll make you the cutest little stable. It'll look like a little cottage house. A little barn for you, no problem. All right, this will probably be enough wood. I don't like that this doesn't have like the tree mod where it's like it falls if you take the root of it, but it's whatever, I guess. Oh, it became black. What the fuck is happening? I think the shader's a little bunk. Alright, press play. I'm not scared of the dark. Good clip farming day, guys. Good clip farming day, guys. Got 2 days of this. Okay. Alright, let's go back down. I think it's this one. I don't know, it's kind of fun. I like the fact that you guys can kind of like spawn things and hang out with me a little bit more. I think it's cool. Especially because like there's another like thing like you can spawn pigs instead of cows, and I thought cows would be a bit more on brand, so I did the cow one. And I mean the creeper's just a classic. You can't not have the creeper one, you know? What's up with you? Resistance too? Why does everything have resistance in this world? I guess I have resistance to certain things as well. Maybe it's just an effect of this world. Where'd you get? Come here. I'm not going down there. It's dark as fuck down there, brother. The fuck? Cause like, I'm contemplating making a fabric mod pack that would be a combine of, I don't know if you guys know the mod pack, but it's called Lunacy and Homestead. I know Homestead is one a lot of people like. I ain't fucking with that. So that's probably what I do, because like those are essentially our Minecraft mod packs, but just like I'd have to put them together. More kit. I don't know what this is, but it's a pretty blue. Different dimension. My house smells like popcorn for some reason. Ooh, iron. Perfect. Ooh, new skill points in the skill tree. This one, I kind of want this melee thing, so. Okay, I have no more points. Ooh, attack damage? Okay. 10. More iron and coal. Iron and coal. Oh, there's red eyes. Whoa, what's that? That's like made brick. What is this? Dude, I remember when this song came out. I really like this song. Yeah, this is like a thing. What is this? Hello? Oh, there's a chest down there. Okay, hold on. Make a way down there. Can't just go down there. I'm not dumb. Make a little torch. I have to go to the restroom. Should I go to the restroom before I get into this? I think I'm gonna go to the restroom really quick before we get into this dungeon really quick. Because I don't want to shit my pants. So I will be right back. 2 seconds. I'm gonna go to the bathroom really quick, and then we will. Can I put myself on creative? I should have just put. Okay, I'll be right back. She's a super freak. Hi, Rainer. Hello. Hello. How's it going? Welcome on in. Original crackles that supports the mod loader. The route gives either rebuild the server for support, go through the penetrating hellish process, upgrade the mod loader for the current server. Hold on. I did not want to open that. Head control. Forge sponge. Got it. Oh, by the way, I refer to you as Elaine or maincoow. You can call me whatever. Honestly, my handle is maincoow most of the times, but you can call me Elaine if you want. Do you have a preference of how I call you? Like, do you want to be tail or star? Also, you're here like every day. Why didn't I do this? Add PFP. A tail. Add. I don't know if I've done this for people. Star is good? Okay. Oh, Chailer's. I don't know if Chailer's here, so I'll just look it up in the activity feed. Also, thank you, Mario 1011031. Seems like a creepypasta. Thank you for the follow earlier today. I'm sorry I didn't shout that out earlier. I want to add, okay, 182. 2. Yeah, now you guys have your PFPs in the thing. It's like I could. All right, let's get back into it. Oh. Okay, there we go. I gotta undig my way back out. Oh, I wanted to put on the thing in here. Like Jesus. Not that. Dance, dance with my hands above my head, and together we'll... I wanted to do dynamic lighting. That's what I wanted to do. Except I'm not clicking a thing. Crucify the things you do. I won't cry for you. Hold on, I gotta like test it by being in a bright space. Okay, I think this is good. Yeah, it's pretty cool. Okay. Or not. Just ever make a logical. Alright. I should make like a what? Hold on. I should probably turn that back off. Oh, I see why people have that off. Okay, very valid. Let's do show player list. Done. Okay. Run together, boy, he can go for his. Boop. Boop. One more. Oh no, it's fine. Okay. Ooh, a diamond. And obsidian. And a potion? What is this potion? Mixed potion, no effects. Oh. Oh! I thought I had to click on it! Stop. Get away from me. Why do you have so much fucking health? Do mimics normally have this much health? No, stop. Ow. Stop. Stop it. Stop. Get away from me. I got a PFP. Yeah. So in chat, if you look at the chat, if you look at the chat box, your PFP is next to your profile picture is next to your name now. Damn. Oh. code nodders. I will think on this more. Thank you. Oh, no problem. I just think it's nice. Invert camera. Did that work? I wasn't looking. Did that work? Hold on. I feel bad. Let me refund that. I wasn't looking. I think refund this. I think I was looking away. Oh, god damn it. Oh, god damn it. Oh, god damn it. Okay, that works. Oh, no. I want to open this. Oh. Oh, more loot. Oh my god. 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 Okay. Okay, are we good now? Okay, we are good. Okay, cool. God dang. It's very disorienting. More loot. Ooh, life bottle. What life bottle? Okay, I completed a new challenge. I would like this to stay in my inventory. Ooh, the cold stay in my... Hello? What do life bottles do? I don't have to turn the tags off. Ah! Hey, I'm home, Buster. Welcome in. I made it home. It's so dark. I'm sleeping. What does this do? There's a right click? Hold on, let me go outside and do the right click. Missing fire rune. Oh. Can I imagine you lost everything each death? Oh my god. You can. There is a thing to clear my inventory in this. So, I think I turned that one on. Let me check. I think that one's on. Actually, I could just look in the list. Yeah, there is a clear inventory and delete held item. But yeah, no, I didn't. There was like a mod pack that was like a hardcore mod pack, and I decided not to do that one because I'm really bad at Minecraft. Oh, it changes everything to dinner bone. I think it's in crowd control, in the crowd control stuff. It's like a little pop-up. You can also click... I think if you click the top link that's pinned, it could also give it to you, I think. The crowd control stuff. I think this tree like in the way of the sun, so I'm gonna chop it down. Can I get the mic a little higher? Oh, remember, I'm not a goblin. I can't do the thing I was hoping to do. I can't see. Let me put this in my offhand. Oh man, that like sucks. I don't like. Oh wait, does it have decay? Oh, it is decaying. Okay, cool. I like the fast decay though. I will say. I haven't played a mod pack outside of my own in a very long time, so it is nice to kind of. I just do a little R&D and see. Oh, what's that? Scared me. I kind of want to like level this out a bit. Gold bread. Ooh, we are getting all the cool breads. I like don't want to eat them. I want to like cherish them. I need a depot chest. Here's the depot chest. I'm just gonna throw shit in there that I don't know what I want to do with yet. I'm just gonna shove this in here too. Okay. I need to make a. Let's make Buster a pen. Hayden, hey, stay in there. Oh, I didn't bring my. Where's my wood? Oh, give me this one too. My VTube studio is lagging. Huh? Huh? Oh, it's vitamins. It's actually not vitamins, it's my iPhone. This song reminds me of Zoe from K-pop Demon Hunters. Yeah, it's on the right Wi-Fi. Right, let me restart the iPhone app. Okay. Oh, I wanted to make a shovel. I'm gonna make a diamond shovel. No, I'm not. I'm gonna make an iron shovel. Oh, wait. Where'd this iron shovel come from? Has that iron shovel always been in my inventory? Oh, I guess I have two now. Oh. I thought it deleted it and I was like, oh, it was almost dead. Ooh. Oh. Okay, is D&D related. HD related. Okay, I'm broke. I will say there's like small slice of light. With me! It's me! I will say you also have there's also you can blind box 3 times now instead of just 2 times. Also, is my stuff right? I didn't restart my VTube studio. There you go. Oh. Sophisticated dirt quest. Craft 3 coarse. Craft? I have never crafted coarse dirt. I just mined some, I guess. Want to be used by you. Maybe I should bring this up. Ah, cute! Damn, Shem's got like 3 different ones, which is very cool. E. And see. Oh, so pretty. Hope you're having a wonderful day, everybody. I wonder why this dust is still here, because I dug up the... Yeah, I dug up all the... Dug up the stuff. I don't want to remove this, because this is where Shems exploded us the one time, but at the same time, like, it's messing with the feng shui a little bit. I wonder... I'm wondering one... Oh! What was that? What was that? I was just grooving and that happened. That scared the fuck out of me, dude. Alright, maybe that will be the hole that we retreat to while we make this place not so spooky, you know? I wonder if there's like a... Hold on, I want to look if there's a Silent Hill shader. Hello? Oh, Buster's still upside down. Oh, it says dinner bone. Did it? Is everything oh, God. Uh-oh. Oh, no. Oh, no. Wait. Wait, is everything inverted? No. It's just like... Oh, God. Nope. Okay, this way. Okay, we're gonna... Inverting the camera makes it so hard for me to control. While most people I feel are like rather camera based in their movements, some people I'm sure are just like mentally primarily like location based, so like it wouldn't matter which way the camera's pointing. I feel like for some people kind of shows that off, which I think is cool. You were too relaxed, so I had to spook you. Understandable. Oh, I cleared the flower. I wanted that flower. Oh, I was gonna look up if there's a Silent Hill. Oh, I thought that corn was an Enderman. Oh. Oh, no, they're okay. Oh, I thought is it not a timed thing? Is the upside down mobs not a time thing? Is that just a thing forever? I think it is. Where is it? Summon cow. Oh, I think it's alphabetical. A, B, C, D, E, flip mobs. Oh, yeah, it doesn't have a cooldown on it, looks like. Or, like, it doesn't turn off after a while. Hold on. 50. Let me look at the settings. No noise. Allowing redemption with free coins. Oh, interesting. You could disallow them for free coins. Can you make custom ones? I'm wondering. Scale all current effects by set percentage. I'm just like wondering how, like, if you were to could you configure them? Should make custom ones. Add experience levels. I was just curious if you can make new ones. Channel rewards. Interesting. Okay. Okay. Oh, wait. No, wait. Hold on. Wait. I have a new question then. I don't know where I put it. Export. Oh, that's what that was. Okay. Open. Edit with no apply plus plus. Interesting. Okay, that's not how it works. Interesting. Okay. I was just curious if it worked the way. Try following this is ready. Ignore this one point. Check the import mods on the server. Model entirely. Upgrading the modeler is very manual and very time consuming. Watch just why people usually. Got it. Oh my god, I'm typing in caps. God. Oh my god, I'm typing in caps. God, I really appreciate because I can see this. For me, for yours. Another question. I know that a lot of mod packs like 1.20.1, which I think is the one, is there a later version that mods seem to enjoy? Okay. I just wanted to know that. Okie dokie. I bet that it's dark and it's raining. Oh, the Silent Hill shader pack. Silent Hill shader pack. Silent Hill Revisited Minecraft Resource Pack. Oh, I wanted a shader pack. And there's my shader pack, and someone was playing Silent Hill somehow. Update, this is terrifying. I don't want to go outside. Oh my god. I see how they did that. Insanity shaders? I think Insanity shaders is the one we have. The Sims 4. Okay, that's fine. I was just curious. I'm getting that corn. Almost called it a crown. Ooh. I wanna do like a Halloweeny game next week. Dandelion. Dandelion. I want to name a pet dandelion. Boop, 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 boop. God, I love games like Minecraft and Core Keeper. Where like, yeah, there's like a set of things you gotta do, but like everything is yours. Yours to mess around and be God as you will. I didn't know what the song was. I thought it was Evanescence for a second. You can get all the Mass Effect games for under $25 right now. What is which one is that one? Which is Mass Effect? Is that the one I think it is with the guy with the sci-fi fat mask? I had to play Halo first though. I know they're different, but I don't think I've ever played a Mass Effect game. Nor do I really know what it's about, to be fair. Is that the one where you can have space sex? Is that the space sex one? I just know there's a game where you can play and you can have sex with aliens. And I've seen that on my For You page on TikTok. Also, I don't know if anybody's seen this because this is something that would help me with a work thing. And I know it's going to sound really strange, but I need you to bear with me for like a minute while I explain. On TikTok, and this is maybe more directed at Kiwi because Kiwi's a writer and he would be on the book side of TikTok. But there was this like D&D module that was going around, I think, on people's FYP for a little bit about D&D and having sex. And I wanted to find it because I wanted to see if they had a publisher. The publisher information is important to me for some knowledge that I cannot explain right now. But I'm just curious if anyone else has seen it on their For You page and know what I'm talking about, so that way I can see if they have a publisher or not. Because if they can get published, I would like to know if you know, stuff. I think other games that people got their rocks off. I think it's the other game people got their rocks off to the holographs. Oh, okay. What's the game with the space sex? Like you can have like relationships with like different people and have like space sex, alien space sex. I feel like my explanations of things are not very helpful. No idea. Okay. Game with space and you can have relationships with aliens that are your crewmates. I don't care about, but I recently followed a TTRPG guy who's funding his game through a TTRPG specific crowdfunder. Can you send that to me? It's not. Is it StarCraft? I don't think it's StarCraft. Everspace? Is it Everspace? Maybe it's Everspace. Is it Everspace? Nope, I don't think it is all. Games where you can have relationships with aliens. Mass Effect series. Let's start with the obvious. Mass Effect always has its place on the list. You get a fight with a team made up of different species. The awesome Krogan. Oh, maybe it is Mass Effect. Mass Effect relationships. But the game is actually SS and the fandom will have you believe. That's valid. I guess that's what's all the clips, you know, the clippy dippies. Cause like, for example, Baldur's Gate has a lot of sex in it, but it's like it's not actually like a major part of it. And check like that is look at a large mon, see what version they support. The super big mon generally won't support unusual version because of the time it takes to prepare. Create, for example, 1.1 to 1.21 and nothing from between, so it's safe to say that 1.21.6 is not a common version mod use. However, there is a chance the mod will be compatible with 1.21.1 anyway, which is why we get to check. Incredible. Got it. Thank you. Ooh, ooh. Well, okay, I don't know about that, but it has a lot of sex in it for an RPG. Yeah, but like most of the times you're not having sex, you know? Like that's like a part of it, but like I don't think you're having sex a lot of the time, just some of the time, you know? It's just that's what a lot of the fan base likes to talk about because they did put time into like put different kissy animations, you know? I want to go back to that dungeon that I found. I don't actually know if there was more to that dungeon, to be fair. I do want to go back. I just wanted to make a little pen for Buster, so that way Buster doesn't have to live in a cramped, damp little cave. Also, I need to make... Oh, did I get iron? I got iron while I was out, right? I got... Did I just get 2 things of iron? Oh, I have 15 iron. I don't know where... Oh, yeah, I don't actually remember where I got all this iron. There's this iron. What did I need iron for? Oh, a bucket. I need to make a farm. So that way I can feed Buster, Kiwi, and Shems. Where is my seeds? I know I have more wheat seeds. Okay. Let's go get some water. Let's go get some water. Thank you, Kiwi. Thank you, Kiwi. Much appreciated. Oh, never want to make this. I guess I'll put it here. I'm gonna break on me. Oh, I need more water. Zoom. I don't feel like I'm zooming. So used to playing a goblin. Oh man. I need to make a hoe. Make a hoe, chat. I probably make the most inefficient Minecraft farm ever, but I think it looks nice, and that's why I do it, you know? It's more for me than anything else. Alright, let's go make a hoe. I need more wood. Actually, I could make it out of stone. I like making things out of stone because then you don't have to break it down, the wood, into planks. You just make the hoe. All right. Ooh, obsidian bread. Very cool. And corn. We have corn too. Cool. Okay, now we have that all settled, and now I'm gonna make a fence. Which, if I remember how to make a fence, which I think I do, it's just this, I think. Nope, that's a gate. I'll need a gate anyway. Okay, so it's actually the inverse. Okay. Boop. Boop, 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 boop. That's not enough fence. Boop. Wait, how many did I get that? Craft 30? I'm getting all this XP, but I haven't really done much. Ooh. Nutty cookie. Nature's compass. Was like server stuff. Waystone. Mass Effect reference in the deep freezer boss. Ooh, that was. God damn! God, Mass Effect, am I right? That's fucking crazy. Oh, I forgot, like, I should probably look at the quests, huh? That's fucking crazy, Kiwi. I don't want to deal with that right now. Trinkets. Plushies! Holy shit! Holy shit, there's so many plushies. Are there hats? Oh, are there any hats in this game? Oh! That's fucked up. I thought I was gonna die. Oh, I was gonna look up hats. Hold on. Hat? There's this thingy. There's a cow plushie equipable in the hat slot. How do you make one? Oh, you just get it randomly? There's a plush that I want. How do you make that plush? It would be in here. It's this guy. How do I get him? Gotta catch 'em all. Plushie builder. What the fuck? Plushie builder? Whoa, what the fuck? There's only one girl. There's one really good anime, good 3D fan, and whoa! Hearts of gold. Every plush is covered with a heart of gold or a powered heart of gold. To make a plushable, you will need many hearts. Flowers can be grown from the ground with bone meal. Gold will be need to mine from sources from the nether, or source from the nether. What? Your one-stop shop for every plushable under the sun. Left click to view pages, right to go back. Okay. Once you have a heart and wool, you will need at least one last item. This item varies for every kind of plushable you can find in every recipe in the codex. For example, to make an plushable otter, you will need any fish and... Oh, okay. So... interactable. It's a money wizard gang. Accessories? Truffles cap? Okay. I want truffles. Lily of the Valley and pink wool. Shift click. Powered heart. What's a powered heart do though? Hearts of gold. So I need gold, flowers or whatever. Do I have any gold? I haven't seen any okay, I'm going to bed. I haven't seen any like beehives. We haven't done a lot of exploring yet though. I'm just a sucker for pain. Ooh, it's a basket for plushes. That's cute. I'll put it next to my bed. I don't have any plushes yet though. How do I make an iron backpack? Oh, it's a iron tier. I use leather template to combine with leather tier at a smithing table. Oh, okay. I think... No, Buster, stay inside the house. Your home isn't done yet. Your new home isn't done yet. Need coal. I'm gonna put the coal outside. Get one. Which backpack mod are you using? Traveler's backpack is what it's using. Dude, this has made me so excited to fucking put crowd control on a Minecraft server. I might actually deal with that tonight. I think that would be really cool. What do I need for this? 4? Okay, I need to break another one of those cobwebs. Boop, boop, boop. Bloop. I got 4 of them from one. That's interesting. And then iron ingots. I have enough. Barely enough. I need to go get more. Oh, I did it wrong. Oops. Iron and then gold. Okay. Wait, how do I do this now? Use a combined with leather at a smithing table. Is this a smithing table? What's a smithing table? Smithing. Oh, it's one of these. I'm gonna go find one. I'll go find one. I need to get Buster a pen. We'll make it right here. 3, 4, 5, 6. Oh, I didn't make the other bits. I keep getting sidetracked. There you go. That should be a good amount. That's good. have any wheat yet? No, but I have bones. Oh wait, how do I do this? Oh right, I need to get the smithing thing. I don't want to deal with the stuff in my inventory right now. Wait, can I break down anvils? Can I break down anvils? Whoa, you can tag them and make them look different? That's cool. I guess you can't. Not in this one pack, at least. I have a cookie. Extra dirt. More wood. Keep the cobblestone. Dun, 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 dun. How many more? I don't currently. I thought I had more coal, but I guess I didn't. Boop. Oh, how I feel spoiled by our Minecraft server and the fast decaying leaves. So I want more roots. I want more saplings. So I feel bad for just cutting down the trees and not planting them again. Yeah, that's fine. Okay. Gib. Decay faster. Alright, I'm gonna go back down into the dungeons. Oh, I didn't make a waypoint down there though. Oh, it was small. Oh wait, I was gonna. Okay, hold on. Let me get everybody home. Let me do that first. Let me go get some bones. Then we can leave in the morning. Where are my bones? I think my bones are in the house. Yeah, there we go. Alright. Cool. Minecraft server lag for a second. Come on, budder. Come on. Come on. Come on. You need both doors to be open? Come on. Can you not come up? Are you stuck? Why are you stuck? Come on. You can do this. I think they can jump up over a block. I thought cows could jump over a block. Like stairs? Make stairs. I'm gonna go lurk and do my birthday stream for real this time. Sounds good. Have fun with your birthday stream. We will be here. Happy birthday. Come on. Come on. There you go. Come on. Come on. Come on. Come on. Get in here. Alright, there we go. And now I gotta go find Shems and Kiwi. Found Kiwi. And my ass spooked off? Fuck yeah. Come on, Kiwi. Let's get you home. Yeah, let's get you home. Let's get you home before I start venturing again. So I can know that you're safe and sound. Come. Ow! That could have been spicy. You could have killed, you could have killed you as a cow. Maybe this. Actually, it stays there. The witness of your crimes. Alright, there's Shems. Is that Shems? Yeah, Shems is in the same space. Come on, Shems. Let's go this way. Come on. Come on. It'd have been funny either way. I guess, but you would have murdered yourself. I want you to die. I'm trying to take care of y'all. Okay. Actually, this could be a danger. This could be a danger. This would let mobs in. Can't let that happen. God damn it, I just put it away. Alright, come on, Kiwi 2.0. Come on. I'm not gonna know which one is the OG Kiwi now because everyone looks the same, but it's alright. Alright, goodbye. Alright, I'm going now. Goodbye. That's cowist. I am a cow, so I think that's okay. That's right, that's how that works. If you belong to that, you can do that. Ow. Alright, I was going down this way. I made a whole ass staircase for this. Did I bring... I didn't. Motherfucker, I didn't bring any coal. Okay, well... Into the darkness we go, I guess. Is that emerald? What is this? Malachite? I'll take some. What's this? Celestite? Sounds cool. Take some. I'll take it all. Dark ore? And endgame weapons? Okay. Whoa! Okay, I'm not going that way. Can't make me. I'm not going that way. Oh my god, I can't see. I can't see. You go this way. I can't see. There's stuff up there. I can't see. Oh my god, I cannot see. Oh, I have some coal. Never mind, I have some coal. I can see now. Hello? Hello, spooky eyeballs. Platinum ore. Ooh. Sounds nice. Whoa! Jesus Christ. No! Aw. I just got there. Back in I go. Oh, I don't lose my XP either. I don't know how I feel about that. I mean, like, the keep inventory on is nice because, like, I'm obviously a boob at this game, but, like, I don't know. I don't know how I feel about that one. Because there's, like, kind of no consequence for dying right now. Which I guess I'm okay with, kind of. Ooh, how did I miss this? Hello? Spider? Hello? Malachite. Okay. Oh, that's water. Okay, I can just swim. Give. Oh, how is this a Halloween song? I mean, I get like werewolves are a bit Halloween-y, but... Ah! Get away. I have a fire sword. Get away from me. I found it somewhere. I found it on a dead body, actually. Ooh, I have another skill point. I want to put it in this one. I have two. Boop, boop, boop. Oh. Are you water? This says diorite. Okay, this is water. Oh, werewolves of under. Oh, this looks like a far drop. Hold on. I don't want to go on. I don't want to go on a torch. Can you make torches out of charcoal? You can. Yippee. It's been on every Halloween CD record for the last 20 plus years, so it's now a Halloween song. Huh. Huh. Valid, I guess. Oh my god, this is so far down. I'm so scared. It's so dark. Is there like a spooky, maybe... Oh god damn it. Okay, I'm ready. I'm not really ready to die, but I guess I'm ready to... What's this? Quadrillion ore? This one looks cool. There's a lot of ores in this. I don't know what they do, though. Hello? Same as, like, love potion number 9 and purple people eater. That's valid, but purple people eater... Oh! Oh! Purple people eater doesn't really feel like a... Like, I get it because it's like a monster. What's love potion number 9, though? I don't remember that one off the top of my head. Songs. Add to queue. I don't want those on anymore. Okay. This is also not that Halloween-y to me. I guess it's okay, but like I wouldn't personally claim this to be Halloween-y. That's what I said. Yeah, I was just like, I hadn't heard it, so I didn't know if I also felt the same about it, you know? I'm gonna go back this way. Like the song, like, it is a season of the witch. Like, that one I would say is more Halloween-y. We also had this conversation about these 3 songs 2 years ago. How do you remember that? Also, yeah, you know what? Maybe I'll have repetitive commentary in my years. I got a little bit of that dementia. I'm hurt now. Look at what they've done to me. They bruised me. Ooh, is this real? Are you real? Ow! Son of a... Ow! Stop. What's wrong with you? Stop. Stop. Ah! Whoa! Whoa! That's a mimic! Ow! The mimic was scarier. This does 4 damage. I have diamonds. I'm making a diamond sword. A diamond sword has got to be better than this flaming sword, I feel like. It does 1 more heart of damage. Alright, I'm taking it with me. God damn, that was scary as fuck. Oh my god. Alright, let's go. Orgwage has rewarded me with an item. Dark dust? Cool. Yeah, I guess the more I think about it though, like Halloween songs are kind of just songs about spooky things. There's not really like technically a general, like, I don't know, when I think of Halloween, I think of spooky, scary skeletons and songs like that. But I guess there isn't really such thing as like Halloween music per se. They're just things that we associate with Halloween. So I guess that like goes in tandem with like why a song like that would just be associated with it. Even though I don't associate it personally. I'm back. Get out of here. Yeah, I got a diamond sword now, bitch. What are you gonna do about it, huh? Yeah, yeah. Ooh, what's this? Right click the doll. Just swim in the air. What's this? Ow. Ow, I have a diamond sword. I wish you could block with the sword. You can't in this, though. Oh, ow. I was looking at chat. It's like Thriller and Nightmare Before Christmas, and that's it. Yeah. I don't know how to feel about that, because it's like, maybe Ghostbusters theme? Yeah, Ghostbusters theme, spooky scary skeletons. I don't know what else, though. But, yeah. That kind of sucks, though. There's not, like, a lot. Lady Gaga, I feel like, is pretty Halloween-y as well. Oh, wait. What? Lordy? Hocus Pocus song, too? That's also fair. Lordy? What's Lordy? I don't know if I know that one. Glad where I'm dying is, like, close. This would be really annoying if it wasn't. Oop. I'm going the wrong way. It's this way. I put a spell on you. Is that the one? Is that Hocus Pocus? Ow! That was stupid. That was stupid. Ow! Stop. I was getting over the fact that I did something dumb. Where did that... Oh, I killed the mimic. God damn it. There was nothing in that chest either. And that chest wasn't mimic. God damn it. Rude. Oh, there's iron here. And there's a creeper right there. How about we not with the creeper? Where'd that arrow come from? I heard that. Ow! Ow! Stop it. It hurts. Oops. Oop. Oop. There's also the the Hex Girls. That's fair. You should check out the music video for Lordy's Hard Rock Hallelujah. Better spelling. Okay, hold on. Excuse me. Please no. Please no. Please. Please. There's a very spooky place to not be able to move. Please, Kiwi. Listen. No, a skeleton rattles in the distance. Minecraft said so. Let me go. Okay. Whew. Gold. I need gold. I need this gold. I need it for things. I'm gonna go fight this creeper. I will probably die. Ow! God, its explosion rate is so much bigger than I expected it to be. Okay, I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna do this only once. I only get one. Every day, every day that we do this, I will get one. Is that something? Is this something? No. Okay. Every day I get one free teleport back to my death point. I think that is fair. Cause like, god damn, am I gonna die a lot. Oh! What is this? Why is it like this? You know, I was sent by a wobbly fella. Hello, Pneumonia. Are you who I think you are? You are who I think you are. Hello! Is it cool if I link the video in chat? Yeah, go for it. We'll watch it. We'll watch it once you link it. Welcome on in. We love Womble in this household. How's it going? Welcome on in. So glad to see you. You are a name I know. Okay, we will watch that video. Hold on. I'm putting on creative though, so I can AFK for a second. Okay. Oh. Okay. And cow adjacent. It's good. We're discussing cows and cow adjacent. Fuck yeah. Are you a cow? Are you a cow VTuber? Follow. Welcome on in. Okay, let me turn this off so you can watch the video. How are you? I'm good. Just playing a little hard rock. Hallelujah. Do they have like a better P of this though? I'm curious. Cause like that was like 180p. They don't. Okay, that's valid. That was cool though. This is cool. Thank you for sharing with us. All right, back into the darkness I go. Oh, I have to be off creative. Also kills my eyeballs. I need a torch. Oh, Pneumonia, thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. I hope you enjoy our cat cow lich mara enis. And I enjoy your cat cow or cow mara enis. But yeah, I would love to like. I think I would love to like. There are a few animals that I wish I could associate myself with. Is that coal? Did I see coal? I did not see coal. I need this. I need this torch. It's my only light source. Oh, that scared me. What was I talking about? Like a selkie? Like a selkie, typically to go. I love. I'm not. I am full-blooded Korean. I am not of any like Irish or Celtic folklore. Citrine, are you a zombie? You stepping up on me? I have a diamond sword, bro. Earn from mining, man. Step off. Ah! Oh, ew, I thought it was a creeper. They're both green and scared me. Okay. Ooh, more iron. Oh, what the fuck? Is that gonna happen every time I kill something? I might change my resource pack, their shader pack, if that happens every time I kill. Okay, it doesn't. Okay. But yeah, you can marry into being Celtic. It's fine. Ooh. I mean, that's a fair point. But I'd love if my lore could go with like being a Selkie. If any writers in chat could help me figure out how to do that, that would be amazing. Because I have like, who's saying stuff about me? Like, who is saying what? I'm saying that you're amazing. I'm saying you're cute. And that I've heard nice things about you from Wombambano. What is this? But I like Selkie. I want to be Selkie. I have a stop! I have 2 hearts! Oh, you bitch. Okay, hold on. I have a oh, we don't have a hug command. I'm sorry. We should have a hug command though. I have, what is this called? It's on it. A comfy. I have one of these and it's black. Where is it? I don't, it's not this one. It's not the Sherpa. I hate the Sherpa one. What is the one called? What is this teddy bear full zip? That's cute as fuck, bro. It's made out of Sherpa though, so it fucks me up. Oh, you maybe mix Pneumonia and Penny. I do know her though. Oh, I might be, but I like all cow VTubers. It's this. Why are there no Rob Zombie on this Halloween playlist? I don't know. I have this though. I have a black one, and I call it my Selkie skin, cause like I wear it like my skin, and so I call it my Selkie skin. So like, you know, I'll cook that up. I'll make it daytime. I really don't have to go that way again. I need to organize my chest, but I feel like that'd be boring. So I'm just gonna keep dumping stuff, I guess. Penny is pretty cool. I'd actually cry if people said anything nice about me. I think you're pretty cool. Because you're a cat. Cow. Cow. I keep saying cat. I don't know why I'm thinking of cat so much. But you're a cow. And you like Mara-y things. And I think that's cool. And Womble likes you. And Womble's good people. So you're probably amazing. I'm gonna cry. Don't cry. I'm just speaking truth. I don't want to live in this dank hole anymore. Also, I'm tired of this. I'm tired of this resource pack. Graphic shader packs. I want the vibrant one, but I want to make it dark. Let's do the vibrant one. We need to see current lore to help. Okay, wait, bet. I'll take a little second. I like feel bad pausing Minecraft, but at the same time, like, we're gonna play Minecraft tomorrow too. So, okay, current lore. Should I just draw it out? I think I should just draw it out, I guess, in MS Paint. Okay. So, hi, I am Elaine. I was originally born. I don't actually know. I retcon. Could I convince you to marry Lude lore? What is that? What is that? I realize you also can't see me drawing high, but I was born. I don't know how yet. Originally in the OG lore, I have a comic for this actually. This was the OG lore, and I don't know if it's still gonna be this way. This is different. It is. That's the new one that we're working on. It is not this one either. Where is it? Ah, here it is. Okay, here it is. Okay, so originally I drowned. I was born as a cat. I was a cat girl, and I had a best friend who was a cow. They were cow. However, in a flood, I drowned, and our souls mixed together, and I became cat cow because they didn't want me to give up yet. So our souls, oops, sorry. So our souls fused, and now I'm cat cow, and I you know, and the story says, you swept through my village, you stole the ones I love, and you aimed to erase me. Is this where my legacy ends? It's so cold, dark, and lonely. What about my memories, my hardships? I don't want to be forgotten. And then, like, the voice goes, Elaine, silly, I could never forget you. And then they're like, come on, Elaine, weren't you the one who said your soul is eternal? That voice. I like the, eternal, huh? I like the sound of that. After all, I can't forsake my dear friend now, can I? Guess I have no choice. Then I'll control my eternity from here on out. And it was very anime, and I liked it, but, like, I don't know if it's still same, but, like, it's cool and I like it. Mario is a horse skeleton spirit that visits Welsh homes at Christmas. It rap battles you for access to your fridge and beer. That's fucking crazy. I like it though. And now we have, so the OG lore has kind of like a connection to like how I was born, why I am cat cow. But I would say that it's not. Am I getting creative? I heard a scary noise. I am in creative. Okay. I would say now though it's not. I don't know if this correlates as much. And then now we have new lore where essentially I have to look at the new one because my brain is dumb and small. So we have the new one where I'm not 100% sure how I came upon being a cat cow. Okay, I forgot that the images thing is stupid. I'm not sure how exactly I became a cat cow. I don't know how to make a cat cow symbol. Meow. I'll do like this. Boop boop or boop boop meow. Okay, or I don't know, like just a happy face. Okay, I don't know how I got to this point, which is where I am a cat cow, but I do know that I came upon the Milk Club, our home. I keep forgetting it does that. Our home, because I washed up on shore and I walked my way and I found the Milk Club and I was like, oh my god. And it was super decrepit and broken. And stuff and I drowned. Drowning is like a big thing. I don't know why, but drowning is like a consistent. Drowning got me somewhere. So somewhere here I drowned. I think drowning is like a thing. And then, because I do like the water a lot, and I guess that's why it's a part of it. But then I wake up in the Milk Club, and me, Soyoung, BLT, and Moira, which are the three in here, are the reason of why we built the Milk Club to be awesome. And we love the Milk Club, and that's where we are now. This is the now. Smiley face. That's the entirety of my lore in a way. I think what I said is for my... I gotta look at all my outfits again. Let's look at all my outfits. Because, so I have by technicality, because I am a Lich Mara, I am technically... I'm gonna open Affinity Designer for this because I haven't looked at all my models side by side in a long time. Especially with all the outfits. I don't know if I can show one of them on stream anymore. So we'll find out. It depends on if it has under booba or not. It has side hip. I don't think we can show side hip. Okay, so we have this one. Or I guess we can do the one with the cardigan actually. Boop. Got the one with the cardigan, and then we have this one. Why maincoow shock? Why maincoow shock? So we have this one. We have this one. They're not all the same size. Screams. And then we have, I have to go in here and go to Penguins gave me. I don't know, or is it my references? I'd rather do it in this way, actually. So I have, and then I have this outfit, which is, oh yeah, I can't. That's not a Twitch safe one either anymore. So that's all valid. This is another, I don't know if I want to use that reference. I guess I do because like that's the old model I had. Where are my PNGs? I had more PNGs. Reactives? I want to have the full, do I not have it anywhere? VTuber refs. Ref. I guess this is fine. This is the other outfits I had. What if you got some sort of integration ability, like how Kirby munches on certain things? People can temporarily use their... I do like that. I do like absorption. Absorption is cool. Absorption is cool. Okay, so this is the outfit that I can't have on Twitch. And I think this is a good way of showing it and why I can't have it on Twitch anymore. It used to be a redeem we had. We used to have a cowbell redeem. That is no longer a thing, though, because... I don't know, I'm not that spicy. I'll make a dick joke, but I don't know. I'm not that spicy, I guess. Makes me a little shy, a little uncomfy. Like, don't get me wrong, I love being sexy, but that, you know, you should pay for that one. At least, in my opinion. This one, I wanted them all to be the same size. Okay. Okay. I like this absorption idea though. Let me get a text box in here. Absorption powers. I do like that. Those are pretty OP. I like those. Primary. Primary. I don't want to put race or skin or anything. I think that's weird. Primary form, I guess, is a cat cow. Alternative forms, I have a bear, a shrimp, I guess a goblin. Technically, I can become a goblin. What other animals do I have? Models. And in case any of you haven't seen it, because I haven't used the model in a long time. Do I not have a PNG of it? That's the gremlin form. I can become a bear. I actually can be a bear. This is canon. Shrimp. Goblin. Dog. Dog. I guess a fox. Some people call me a fox sometimes. Okay. Let's put those there for now. This also doesn't feel like the right gray that I wanted. And it kind of annoys me. There we go. That is unbearably cute. Oink. Something that all the outfits have. I was thinking it would be on the outfits, but I don't actually know. Actually, I know. And it is on all the outfits I have. Okay, I'm technically not supposed to tell you what my phylactery is as a lich, but I'm going to tell you it anyway. It's this ring. This ring is my phylactery. This ring right here. And I keep meaning to look at you guys, and it's like overlooking, so hold on. Oh, 60, there you go. Okay. But this right here, this is my phylactery. Because this will always be on my model. I guess both of them. Can a lich have two phylacteries? Can a lich have two phylacteries? A phylactery is the item that is imbued, or essentially, I don't want to say it wrong, actually. What is a phylactery? For a lich. Okay. A phylactery, also sometimes a jar or a spirit jar, was the name given to the repository used to store the life force of a lich. Changes shape with your form? Voldemort is technically a lich with multiple phylacteries. Okay. I like my rings a lot. These rings have been with me for a long time. And I don't... Normally, I don't take these rings off. And my model always has these rings. Like, it's never not on things that I have. So yeah, for some reason Pixels and my friend Bothy Mark decided that I'm a lich and I could never I'm a lich. I don't know, I don't remember why that came up, but I said fuck it, it's canon, I'm a lich, I guess. And then because I am cat cow bear thing, I am chimera. I would say the number of flags would correlate with the number of forms you have. So if you add Selkie, you would have like 3. Oh yeah, I want to be a Selkie too. That is a want. Selkie is a want. I also want to be a deer. You could use the multiply phylacteries as a lore reason for your chimerism. That's true. I was thinking like, cause okay, so you guys can't see this ring. Oh wait, it's not an infinity symbol though. Hold on, wait. Stream. I can actually show you the rings. I forgot that I have it on my reference. These are the, oh my god. Shit's about to piss me off. So these are the rings. I'm in front of it. Oh my god, I'm going to fight someone. I'm going to fight someone, literally. Okay. So these are the rings that I wear. And I feel like they're pretty, you know, they're knotted together. It's like the weave of life. I feel like, yeah, I think, personally. Oh, there's a siren that's going off, and I thought it was someone going, "Aroo!" But it's an ambulance. It's a wambulance. Phylactery equal rings? It could be like a thing like Lord of the Rings, you know? It could be like a Lord of the Rings kind of reference where like the one ring that rules them all, the ring that rules me is my blue ring. Cuz my blue ring matters a lot more to me as well because I like it because it reminds me of the okay, nope. I know it's not exact merch of it, but if any of you know, in Howl's Moving Castle, Howl gives Sophie a ring that has a blue gem on it that helps her find him. And that's what my ring reminds me of, and that's why I never take it off, so that's another reason why I like it. So yes, I think that will be my phylactery. Oh, I have a question. Oh my god, I have a question. Oh my god, no, wait, hold on, wait, oh fuck, I have a question for Ozu. Oh! Hold on, sorry. Has image old, oh my god. I have a question for Ozu because I want to, oh my god. I want to have this on my sleep outfit. Oh my god, there's a necklace I'm wearing currently that I want on my sleep outfit. Hold on, give me a second. Oh, where did I put it? Where to put it? Because then I'm immortalizing it forever. Oh my god, where did I put it? I could have sworn I sent it to you. I could have sworn I sent it to my wife. Okay, I'll resend it to myself. Oh my god! Okay, I'm gonna put this on screen so I remember that's what we were talking about. Okay. That's fair. Okay. Another day, another drama. I don't know what I'm doing. My ADHD is so hard today. I took Adderall, but I feel like very much not of one brain cell. I'm like one brain cell, but it's split into 20,000 thoughts. Okay, where's the picture? I'll show you guys the picture as well in 1 second. Some of you who are here in, I think it was July, will know what this necklace looks like. But I really want it. I really want it on my VTuber. Because I haven't taken it off. Oh, here it is. Okay. Okay. I got it. Open link. It's this necklace. It's like it's like made out of fabric and then it's got these like beads on them and I want it on my VTuber. Oh! For my sleep outfit. It's pretty. Thank you. It's my favorite necklace in the whole wide world. It is tarnishing a bit, though. Hold on, I want to look at it. It is tarnishing a bit because I never take it. Like, I never take off my jewelry. I'm not one to take off jewelry. But it is tarnishing a bit, but it looks kind of cool. So I should probably, like, reapply the clear coat on it, though, because I see that the tips of it are kind of, like, wearing down. But it looks kind of cool. It's, like, patinaed. But, yeah. Okay. Okay, back to lore. Yeah, because then, okay. I wish, just because I like the word so much, I wish the term selkie just meant, like, you could transform into different outfit. The where it gives it history, it does. I don't want it to break. That was, like, the biggest thing. I put a clear coat on it because I don't want it to break. But, silver. Someone is smoking stupid rank-ass weed outside of my apartment, and it smells bad. But, what was I gonna talk about? Oops. I forgot what I was talking about. What was I talking about? Oh, I remember. I wish the term selkie just meant, like, chimera, like, can transform into other monsters. You wish selkie meant being able to... Yeah. I don't know if there's another word that's like that, though. But lichmera is fine. Lichmera rolls off the tongue good, I think. But, yeah, if you guys have any other ideas... Oh, I was idle for too long? What do you mean? What? What do you mean? What happened to the server? I have to restart my Minecraft? Okay. That was silly. I guess it knew I was neglecting it a little bit, and I was like, whatever. My ex, not the best idea. A friend's next, how'd I get here? Should we actually do some art? Do you guys think it's art time? We could do a little bit of art now. If we wanted to change pace. It is almost 8 o'clock. This is... I don't know what I did in this one. Okay, I don't know what that's about. Okay. Oh, I need to make the list again. I need to make sure everyone's on this list. Overview, dashboard. To my ex, not the best. Korean folklores have a 9-tailed fox shapeshifter that eat hearts. I do know of that one. I do kind of like that, though. Also, another form I wish I could take is a tiger. I wish I could be a tiger. Fox lunaris. They wanted to be... They told me in DMs. Angel. They want an angel one. DMs. And then Kiwi as well. Kiwi, you get both. Kiwi, both. Got it. I'll just put both here. And I think that's everybody. Shadow, Mew. Shadow, Mew. Oh, wait. Yeah. Shadow, Mew. Oh, I didn't write down Shems. I thought I wrote Shems. Both. DMs. I do like the idea of eating hearts, though. What's the name of it, though? But the thing is like, I'm a cat cow, so I really couldn't... Could I call myself that? Korean 9... Because I don't also have 9 tails. 9-tail fox. But it wouldn't make sense of why my tail is so fucking fat. I get to be the devil on the shoulder while the angel is distracted by something shiny. Yes. Oh, Kumiho. Is that how you spell... Is that how you pronounce it? Kumiho pronounce... Kumio. Could I be a Kumio? I don't think so, because I'd have to be a fox, yeah? It's a nine-tailed fox. I mean, some people think I'm a fox. Take my horns off, I could be a fox. I think I'm gonna do some art now. I'm inspired. We have inspired me, and now I want to do some art. I'll turn this off. There you go. I also had to prep the emote stuff, so for Friday, so might as well do it now. We'll have an all full day tomorrow of Minecraft. Okay, because I want to make this modular because it's easier and also a lot cleaner for Twitch if I do it that way. Save profile, reset. Oops. I need to change my also, I don't know if I'll do this tonight though. That'd be a lot of work. I could do it though. Okay, I need a chat. I need a chat poll. I need a poll. Hold on, I can do it. I'm a big girl. I can do it. Poll. New poll. What Minecraft? If can make milk club server. Continue dark RPG. You don't get additional votes. There we go. Okay, so I'm just saying, like, if I can, I might do it to where I make it so we can do crowd control on the Minecraft on our Minecraft server, or I continue with dark RPG. It might be a little hard to try to see if the server can do it in like less than 24 hours, but like if I can get it to work, then we can do it, you know? But if we don't care one way or another, I might just continue on the dark RPG one, just so that way I can see if I want to make an upgrade to the server or if I want to change the mod loader to fabric. Because I'm like kind of like 50-50. To the Reaper. I know if you videos change shapeshifter too, I think it might be an ADHD thing or a commitment thing. I think it might be like an ADHD thing. And also, like, the constant evolution of a lot of people and being like, oh, I'm this, but I want to be this. And also, like, it's insanely hard, I think, for a lot of people to stick with one. Like, you know, there's a lot of VTubers who are, like, humans or cows or dogs that become, like, that have, like, cat girl forms, quote unquote, or be cat girls. Because it's just such a... You can't punish me with being a cat girl if I'm already a cat girl kind of thing, you know? Other terms for shapeshifters include metamorph, the Navajo skinwalker, mimic, the therianope. The prefix where comes from the Old English word for man, masculine rather than generic. It's also used to designate shapeshifters, despite it's not. Yeah, I guess we'll just keep Lichmera. I just didn't know if there was like another term that maybe I would like more than Lichmera, because to be fair, Lichmera is a long thing. It's very self-explanatory in my opinion, like what a Lichmera is, outside of like if you don't know what a lich is, then that's like one thing, or what a chimera is. But if you know what both are, you know, that's why Kiwi is a divine being that can blend into any worlds they created. Yeah, like that makes sense. But like you're a writer, you know. I think I like the idea of like mine not being in a way reality, but being the dealings of dreams, because anything can happen in your dreams, you know. Like it doesn't have to be a thing where like it has to be based in some type of reality, because like I think allowing myself to be part of dreams helps it as well, so I can like still talk about like Earth reality in the way that it is, but then be like, yeah, well, at the Milk Club, you know, we're like based in dreams, so like suck my cock. Category, by the way, thank you. Bruh. No, give. I have a PB and jelly sandwich in my bowl that I didn't finish eating for breakfast. I'm gonna eat it.
I find it very interesting that American Horror Show and Unholy use the same sample. Or at least very similar. Oh. Yeah, okay, my brain decided how I'm gonna do the halo. I'm gonna put it in the back. Boop, 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 boop. American Horror. I will make this a light gray just so I can see how it looks. Boop. And then this will go behind. I don't see how this is a Halloween song. Feeling simple halo or something stylized? I think it might depend on the person. For now I'm doing a simple halo, but like depending on the person I might change it. Oh. One stroke. Boop. Once around to judge me. Do I like that more? No, I kind of like this kind of smile more. And then make the eyelashes, which I'm going to make a feminine and not feminine version of. Like kind of like a base versus a feminine version, I think. Boo 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 boo. Sunlight in my sky. Baby. I said, ooh, I'm down near the light. Alright, there we go. Node tool. Bring this up a little bit. Might make this sharper because I like it being sharp. Just make this up a little bit more. How to let you know. Might remove this one as well. Let's bring this out here. I'm blinded by lights. I like that. And then I would like to do it to where the line is here. Boop. Oops. Oops. Boop. Boop. Maybe smaller. Blinded by the lights until I feel your touch. Yeah. And then my phone is buzzing. And then we need to make like a feminine kind of addition. I like adding for like more feminine presenting characters. I like to add extra eyelashes. Delete. Yeah, this one should be a little bit more down. Oh my crap. Oh, it ended. Okay, view result. Okay, continue. Okay, cool. Thank you guys for letting me know. Kind of want it like this. I kind of want like the bottoms of it too. Connect. Yeah, like that, I'd say. And then I'll do this one like this because I kind of want it to extend the whole way, I think. Okay, this one, flip it, make it this color. Except we gotta bring this down here, and then this one down here. There we go. So now if I toggle it off, it's kind of like the normal version, and then the more feminine added version, which I like. And so this is the I1. But I gotta should do the eyebrows. Do I want to do like this? No, I don't. Boop, boop. Dracula. Dracula. Okay, I want to make it that thick. And then make it like this. Oh, nope. Reverse. Reverse. Oh! Daylight come and me no one go home. This is a Halloween song in my opinion. Daylight come and me one go home. All night night come and me one go home. Daylight come but me no one go home. The tallyman tally me banana. Daylight come and me one go home. Mr. Tallyman tally me banana. Come and me one go home. 7 foot hot. Me say day, oh, daylight come and me won't go home. Me say day, me say day. Okie dokie. Come and me won't go home. Oh, 7 foot height. Like come and me won't go home. But 7 foot, 8 foot hunch. Come and me won't go home. Me say day, oh, daylight come and me won't go home. Me say day, me say day, me say day. I want to move this. So I don't like it when things are cropped out of the image. Because then the emote's like, it looks cropped and it makes me sad. Go. So tally man, tally me banana. Daylight come and me won't go home. Hey oh, hey oh. Daylight come and me won't go. Me say day, me say day, me say. Daylight come and me won't home. I would make this both. Or actually, switch it and then make it larger. Oop. Close curve. Larger. Bring the action. Push it up. Oops. In the club. Here we go. It's in the club. And then I don't want this to have an outline part. This will connect to here, because I think that makes sense. And then this part will come down. Whoops. I wanted to round it. Alright. Okay, now I gotta do the skin. This one up here. This one goes here. This one goes here. Star 1. Star 2. This is the halo. And now I gotta add the body. And I'm gonna have all these have this. Boop. Join curves. Join. Oh. Join curves. Okay. As. Remove this guy. This guy. We'll take this one, put it below. We're actually gonna make it gray so I can see what's happening. We're gonna turn the shading off. And then join curves. Join curve. Join curve. Join curve. Wrong one. Uh-oh. Hello, Norman. Welcome on in. Are you back from vacation already? If so, I hope you had a good vacation. Join core. What's up? I'm currently working on emotes for the charity giveaway. Or not charity giveaway, but like if you donate, you get an emote. So technically giveaway, but everybody gets one. So yeah. Join shapes. I'm home early Tuesday morning. Well, good morning. Or good night, technically. I hope you're well. I hope you had a fun trip. Did you have a good time? I hope you had the bestest of time. I did miss you. So I'm glad that you're here. On and on and on and on. And you party together. This night would last forever. The best of times were had. I'm so glad. Oh, I'm so glad that you did. Yay, that's so good. Well, welcome on in. Feel free to tell me about how your trip went. I'd love to hear about it. Scream and shout. Oh, I don't think I need to do that. And we-oh. Okay, this is going to be a multiply, but it'll be... And then this top one will be a soft light. Yes. So this actually needs to go all the way over here. Now rocking with Real I Am and Britney, bitch. There we go. And I'm gonna remove this so I can see what I'm doing. Very good, very good. Remember Halo, which I'm gonna bring down a bit. Well, I gotta bring the emote in a little bit. Everything is in single word because I just don't want to crop people. Makes me sad. The con was pretty meh, to be honest, especially since it was the 10th year, but I had the most fun staying and hanging out with my friends. Next time, if we go, we'll go to one day of the con so we have more time to do stuff we want. Understandable. Some people, they'll do, like, when they go to cons especially, they'll do, like, a thing where they're like, oh, we're going to the con, but then we're staying for an extra week just to hang out in that area because they don't go to that area often. But yeah, I know a lot of people that do that. But I'm glad you guys had a good time. You deserve it. Hope it was ube fun. You got good food, hopefully, in you as well. Angel base. Okay, I think the only other thing that we're missing, other than the fact that I resized it a little bit, which I should fix for the reference, is the blush. Lines, halo, halo shine, shading. I'll do my own shading, I guess, which will be like this. Bitch, fucking gnarly. Strong blush. FX, Gaussian blur. And then we'll bring this down to the body. And we'll get clipped into the body because I think that is so cute. There we go. Like a bag of Takis, I'm the shit. Yeah. To be honest, the only place that had only one place had good food, and I didn't eat often. I didn't really have an appetite the whole trip. That's valid. When I'm not home, my appetite like is 50-50. I either am hungry, a hungry hippo, or I just don't eat because like I'm like I'm kind of like in a new space that I'm not comfortable with, and you know, I get it. I do. Alright, now we're gonna do this one. I will say I kind of don't like that the pitchfork is, like, cropped out, so I might do the pitchfork again. This. Like that. We're gonna lock it. I can't fucking see because this isn't gray. Is you gray? You aren't gray either. We had a very honest game of Uno. What does that mean? I don't know if I believe you. What does that mean? Time is slowly ticking. Silence causes silence. We are the mistaken. I say it's not me, it's not my family in your head. I think that looks good. Okay. We were all twirling and playing Uno, No Mercy, and would mess with each other. Oh, I love that. That's so fun. I love messing with my friends in that way. So I'm glad. That sounds so fun. I'm glad. Honestly, I'm kind of I'd be down to play some Uno. I'd love to play some Uno with my friends. Or no one fucking knows this game and it makes me cry. Fucking what is it called? Skippo. I fucking love Skippo, dude. I haven't played that shit in ages. Uno No Mercy is ruthless. Is that where like you're not trying to spare anyone and you just do the play fours? Or is that the one where you can stack plus fours? We made one friend draw 30 cards? Damn! I'm glad that wasn't me. My little mitts couldn't handle it. The only problem with me in card games, especially when you can have like an obnoxious amount of cards, is my hands are small. There's plus 10s. That's crazy. Damn. Rip that friend and their hand. But yeah, no, I have a small hand, so like sometimes when I have to hold a lot of cards for a card game, it's hard. It's the same old thing since 1916. Your head. Head in your head, now you're fighting. Your head in your head. I can't wait to see my friends again, because that's so valid. Your head, zombie. That's understandable. Do you have like plans to see them again already, or is it just kind of like you're just excited in general? Alright, I'm gonna steal the arms from this one because I like the line, how I did the weighting on this. And this guy goes here. This guy goes here. Just excited, no plans yet, but me thinks I might move close to some of them after tax season, since that gives me plenty of time to job hunt and apartment hunt. Yes! Oh my god, that sounds so fun. Oh my god, the amount of times that I just wish I could live close to my friends. And it's like crazy, because like technically I lived close to Kiwi, but because I moved after I met him, and then, you know, yo, I don't meet him in person, but that's okay. Someday I'll go back when I have money. It's the midnight. Do I want to do 2 wings? I kind of want to do 2 wings, you know, like doing like another pair like right here. Yeah. Just gotta pray I make it through the winter and summer tires, because I'm not wasting a ton of money on winter tires if I'm moving. No, that's valid. That's valid. Just don't drive places. Or just be very careful and plan out, like, if you have to go out to do things like work, Like, just like maybe like game out, like it'll snow most times here, so I'll just go like earlier or like a little bit later. Probably earlier though. And I live close to work. I have AWD. What's that mean? I'm dumb. I don't know what that means. Someone's talking out my window. It scared the shit out of me. But it's good that you live close to work. Goob. I am a goob. You know you like me because I am a goober. Says thrill night. I'm gonna take this eyeball. I'm going to use it in here because similar philosophy really, just slightly different shape. The only thing I can't really decide on is if I want to take my stuff with me or just say fuck it, take my CDC and clothes. I think that a lot depends on if the stuff is replaceable or not to you. Like, for example, if you have manga, right? And it's a popular publication manga, like Jujutsu Kaisen, maybe. Then I would say, you know, fair game, replace it if you want. If it's things that are rare and that you can't really replace or get another version of, or it's special to you, I would say you should probably keep them. Honestly, I got nothing. Hey, listen, if you have nothing that like you really mind parting, like you don't mind parting with your stuff, you could do a garage sale and then sell the stuff that you don't want, and then make a little extra cash to move. That's how I would see it. Is like you could have a little extra cash towards moving, and that's like a pretty good deal in and of itself because you're getting rid of stuff, and you're also like saving up a bit more money that way. I know quite a few people that do that. All I wouldn't bring with me is my desk, chair, and bed. Yeah, I mean, like, I'm sure there's someone out there that could use a nice desk chair and possibly a bed. So I feel like, you know, not a bad play. PC's all I got. I would say then you could sell the stuff that you don't want. Have some extra cash with you because that's never a bad thing. Or like whatever, have some extra money with you for when you move. That would be my play personally. All right, this is the feminization. This is the normal. I like it. I gotta modify it just a little bit though. It's like a little bit out of place. There you go. True. Because like moving does get a lot more expensive. Like if you have like stuff that you want to take with you, I know for a fact because I fucking had to do it. Oh, I closed my Twitch activity feed. But if it's just you and your car and you're just like gonna drive out, like it'll be so much cheaper. But I didn't know how to drive, so that wasn't an option for me, you know. Like this, like this. Oh. is looking good. I love modularity, chat. Dancing until I'm dead. Until I'm dead. Say until I'm dead. Feminization. Normal. Cool. And then I just gotta move this to go here. This one I think should move up. It's crazy how much cheaper places are over where I want to move. That's so fucking valid. That's so valid though, because like I don't know, like sometimes when I look at like housing costs, a lot of it's like mainly with like housing. It's just like crazy like how different places will price housing. Like for example, in like I think like Midwestern places, houses are a lot cheaper because like fucking no one lives out there. Whereas like, you know, in like cities it's much more expensive. I did a little bit too hard. There you go. Oh. What? Yeah, that goes there, and then this one goes here. Oh, I see. I think I'd raise these up a little bit. Let me turn this off. Yeah, that's fine. Like, here's a studio a studio apartment is okay-ish neighborhood is min 1,000, but a studio where I want to go is 700. That's the wildness of it. Thank you for the wellness check. It also depends on amenities as well, though. For example, I live near a city, and there's a lot of things that are a nice walking distance, but that did make this place a bit more expensive. However, if I wanted to live in a place that was like a house that was like the same price, the only problem is it's not a very walkable area, even though it's cheaper. Like, I am essentially paying for the convenience of having things close by. So that's like another thing. That's like another factor that you should look at. But like, you have a car, so like it doesn't matter as much where you move. But like, if there's anything of like, oh, I would prefer if the place I was walkable, for example, then you might want to look more into the idea of like, oh, well, does this place have good public transportation, or like how far are the shopping centers and stuff like that. But again, you have a car, so it doesn't matter as much. Boop, 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 boop. Boop. Mm-hmm. Bum, 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 bum. Give. There you go. And then we have one more that's here that I fucked up a little bit because my hand shook. It's a pretty big city. That's cool. That's cool. Valorini. And then the eyes and the mouth. The eyes and the mouth. What? This is not what I would consider a Halloween song. Work while I eat. Have a good lurk. Thank you for the lurk. Have good food. I'm on a highway to hell. Highway to hell. Highway to hell. Highway to hell. I think I liked it how it was. Okay, there you go. I do want it back up. Yeah, because of like the tongue. Yeah, that makes sense. Oh wait, those need to be a 1. Okay, there we go. I'm on a highway to hell. Highway to hell. Highway to hell. I think that should be a 0.5. Except I can't type because I'm silly. I'm such a silly Billy. Alright, and then I think I have a better idea for how to do this guy. Highway to hell. Way to hell. Highway to hell. Highway to hell. Highway to hell. There we go. And now we just gotta make this guy. And, oh, and the eyeball. Whoops. And the eyeball. No! Might do the whites of the eyes. I'm not really sure yet. Okay, and then if we did do the whites of the eyes, how would it look? Maybe not. Because I don't... Yeah, I might leave it then. Okay, and then... There we go, and then we'll make this a 0. And then... I don't know if they have this. They do not. Okay, and then... Okay. Yeah, there we go. And then we make it thicker. There we go, and then... I think like this. And then layer expand stroke.
And then layer, no, it's a shape. Triangles. There you go. And then layer. I have to make the inside a color. There you go. Layer, expand a stroke. Boop. Boop. Same with this guy. Trident versus pitchfork. I don't know if there is a difference. I don't know if there is a difference. Okay. Oh, this is like not the same width though, and that kind of annoys me, so I'm gonna make it the same width. I'm just gonna make these more stout. No, boop. Oops. Avenue. Ooh, I don't like that. Okay. Insides. I think I like that. There we go. I'll scoot this up. I feel like it's a bit wide though. Let you go, let you go. You go down just like Holy Mary. Mariana, Mariana Cross. Yeah, I think that's fine. I'll tickle you internally. I see nothing wrong with that. I see why they cropped it. Maybe I will crop it out then. It's not the worst. I'll put this in the very back. I'm gonna color it just so that way I know. Matter is I'll never let you go, let you go. There we go. Okay. And then this eye and this eye go down here. This one goes in here. This one goes in here. Ariana. Boop, boop. This one needs to go below here. And then this one, layer, convert to curves. I'm going to cut it here and here. Break curve. There we go. Now we just have the bottom half.
dokie artichokes. This is wing 1. This will, oh wait. Yes, okay. Which I will make a gray, so I, oh, not that gray though. Can't see that gray. Okay, wing 1. And then wing 2. And then these are the horns. Horn 2. Boop. Horn 1. Eyes. And then the rest of this I want to put down here. And then I think this is like body. But I want the mouth to be together. So it's I think these 3. Yeah. Mouth. Is that what I think? Is it strong blush? Where's the tongue? Okay. Oh wait, let's do these ones as the darker one. Oh my god, my nose itches. Okay. Let's do this. I'm gonna do horns. And I'll call this color. And then we're gonna shove these guys in here. And then we're gonna call this line art. And I'm gonna call this the body group. I'll put this underneath. And then we're gonna duplicate the body. We're gonna turn it off though. We're gonna take this. And we're going to turn these 2 off. And then we're gonna give this an inner color of whatever. Oops. There we go. That way the ear stays as the ear. And then this connects with this. So we do a join curve. Another join curve. And this one, and we do another join curve. And this one becomes this. We delete these extra little tiddly bits. I've heard this song before. I don't know where I've heard this song before. At least I feel like I have. Oh, and this is the hand. So this one and this one can join curves. Actually, we can delete this. There you go. And then join curves. Like this. I remove that. And then this needs to be like this. And then this like this. And then we can join the shape. So now it's just one shape. And then I'm just gonna make this a skin tone. Oops. So it's not, oh, I can just make it gray, I guess. I don't have to make it a color. And then what did I do for this? I did 25 multiply and soft light 100.
Okay, so multiply 25 and then soft light 100. And these both will go on here. And now if we bring this back, remove, oops. Boop. Okay, and now we'll go back here and we're gonna unlock this just to fix this a little bit. So it's smooth. And then we gotta fix this guy. Oh, the horns. Ooh, the horns do have to go on top, actually. Boop, 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 boop. There you go. There we go. And then, are we missing anything else? I don't think so. Other than the blush, I guess. Which I'm going to steal from here, because I like the amount that it is. What if not have ear, though? Oh, wait, I can just do this. I'm silly. Boop. There you go. I kind of want to bring it in a little bit, though. Like, I feel like it's a little bit big. These guys, we will give it a... This will go underneath, though. And then we're gonna flip them. We'll make them red. This one needs to be a closed curve, though. Close the curve. I'm back. Welcome back. What you have for dinner? A guy like you should have wanted. I'm loving. And then how do I like to do emote eyes? There's like a specific way I like to do them. Art projects, 2D. Spicy ramen, yum. Yum. Sounds delicious. I hope you enjoyed it. I might do it a little bit different than that. Yeah, I'm gonna do it like... Take this guy. Flip it. Thank you for the head patch. Oh my goodness, I'm being chopped. Wow. And then it'll be rotated in whichever way this is rotated. And it'll be a... Ooh, I do like color dodge. But let's see what else we got. Oh, color dodge is kind of cool. Might do color dodge. Or I might bring this up a little bit higher, though. Oops. And go that way. And then this one can go over here as well. And this one will go in the eye. Same with... Oops, wrong one. In the eye. In the eye. Your toxic sounds slipping under. I'm addicted to you. Don't you know that you're toxic? And then this is the eye light. I do like this. I like this quite a bit. And then make this bigger. And do I want to give it like a sclera? It would be a darker red. Maybe be even darker. Right. Boop boop.
Gave me now, think of it now. Yeah. Then we have another one that's smaller. Go like this, like this. Make it white. Yeah, I think that's pretty clean. Me like, me like. I'm just gonna put it in the other eye now. Let's do this one first. Ooh, looking good. I'm glad you think so, Star. And this, I just want to let you guys know, in case you didn't realize, because we are streaming tomorrow, same for the charity event, you can still, like, this is not, like any day that you want to donate, you can still get one. Like, even if on Friday you're like, you know what, I do want one, then you can get one then as well. It doesn't have to, you don't have to get it. You don't have to, like, I know some people are like, oh, maybe I want to save up a little bit and then get one. That's also fine. I think this needs to come up a little more. Yeah, and then I gotta decide if I want this on top of this. I think that does anything, so I'll keep it below. I'm gonna decide if I want to do like something like a little extra, maybe like this. Yes, I do. Yes, I do. And then I just gotta decide if I want these to be soft light or not. Not really. I like them the way they are. Nice! I think that looks pretty darn cute. Taking my hoodie off because it's dragging my headset down. I think that's pretty cute. I think I just need to change this so the outline is a different color. Save. Eyes, group color. Body, this goes also in color. There we go. Yeah. Alright, I think the bases are done. Alrighty. What time is it? 8:47? Is there anything else I want to do? I don't think so. I'm gonna close this for now. We'll keep crowd control open just in case anything breaks. This one looks all good. Is there anything else I need to take care of today? I don't know. Is there anything else you want to do? I don't know, because I don't want to work on the emotes just yet. I do want to wait a little bit before I start working on those. Like, if anything, we could start them tomorrow. I do want to give these just a bit of an accent, though. And then this, I would like to make it like this. A bit lighter. And then give it an effect of a Gaussian blur. There we go. Maybe I should do the same effect with the trident, though. I think that could be cool. Yeah, and then it looks like an evil trident. And then what if I, just a quick question, if I made it a little bit smaller and scooted it a bit. Dream a beautiful nightmare. kind of like that, so it gives a little bit more space, and then I just want this to be a little bit less halo-y. There you go. Very cute, very cute. I just kind of want to save these as PNGs really quick. So that way I can put them on the thing. Export. Save, close, and then we'll reopen. Stream. What is it? Twitch events. This one. That way I can replace the white emotes with these ones. And they'll look all nice and pretty because they're all prepped up, which I should have done days ago, so please do not judge me. As we dream our beautiful nightmare. I have to change this now as well. Goals are passed by 4, but the times 4. Yup. When will I learn, huh? As Kiwi says, when will I learn? I don't know. I thought you guys might have been busy. I don't know. Fuck me, dude. Okay. Is there anything else that I'm thinking of? We played Little Misfortune. Do we want to play that game? That one game? Oh, where is it? Really quick before we get off. Oh my god, I want to play Dispatch, but I think it's crazy that, like, it's coming out in episodes. Are we there yet? What is this? This looks so fun. Wait, add to wish list. Where's the game? Did they send it? Did Kiwi send it to me? Did I look it up recently? Nights with vtuber. This one. Download. Install. Let's play Nights of vtuber. Nights with vtuber. And then tomorrow we could end with a different horror game if we want to. That could be fun. Nights with, I don't know if it's on here. Alright, games and demos. I'm gonna let Kiwi know I'm playing. Gonna play Nights with vtuber. Just in case Kiwi's busy. That way he knows that we played it. Oh my god, my hands are so cold. Okay. Spooky. I'll put a spell on you. That's not the volume mixer. Volume mixer. Where is this game? There it is. Put it in game. And I'll put this. So if there's any other like short or interesting games that any of you are interested in seeing me play, let me know. And we'll play tomorrow after Minecraft. Okay. 7 Nights with vtuber. This game contains flashing lights, sudden noises, depiction of blood, and horror elements. Player discretion is advised. Oh, I didn't. vtuber 9 something. Have you played Duck Detective? I have not played Duck Detective. Welcome to your first day on the job. Your duties are vacuum all. I didn't read it all. It's too fast. Dust particles. That's a lot. Thank you for keeping our house clean, Mr. vtuber. How do I suck? Oh, I have to like hold left click. Yippee! Is this like my charging station? This is my charging station? Oh, this is where I have the depot. Oh, this. Oh, I see. I have like a little sprint. A little sprint. Is there any other? Hold on, I'll read that note in a second there, Capitan. I gotta clean this up. Alright. I hid 3 marbles. Can you find them all? Is this a marble?
Is that a marble? It is. I'm presuming the demo will only have us playing. Is it spooky yet? Not really. What the fuck? Mommy said this is where your dust goes. Oh, cool. I have an extra one. There's a lot of chalk or dust, I guess. It's either they'll have us play one night or they'll have us play like, I think like 3 nights. Is usually, I think, how games do demos. Something like this. I feel like the rooming could be a little less loud, but you know, that's just a me thing. I like this perspective though, it's cool. There we go, just sucking up all this dust. I'm gonna go this way. Hello? Oh, that door's not open. I can't open doors. I like the fish island it's giving us. That's very interesting. Aw. I wonder if we'll get an upgrade. Upgrade our little room. Suck this on. Why is it so bright here? Is it the moon? When the moon hits your eye like a big pizza pie, that's amore. When you have too much wine and the world sees to something, you're in love. That's a lot of dust in this house, dude. Why do they got so much dust? Why is there so much dust in this house? I need to stop spraying dust everywhere. Why are there baby gates? Oh, I guess they have a kid. That makes sense, actually. There we go. Our family. Oh, I'm part of the family? Pog? Alright, I'll do a good job. I promise. Oh, whoa, what the fuck? Chat, did you see that? There was a movement in the shadows. It was probably my owners, though. Because they probably live here. Actually, there's no... I guess there's a window there. It's very quiet when I, like, roam around, and then it's very loud when I do the vacuum. Oh, I can push these balls around. Excuse me, Mr. Green Ball. I need to get under this. Oh, I could, like, hide under this if I wanted to, I guess. Oh my god, I can't see. Bloop. What does this say? Daddy said you can scan for dust. That's so cool. Oh, I guess I can. I didn't realize. Night complete. Let's go. Easy. I didn't find all the marbles, though. I want to find all the marbles. Where are the marbles? Where are all the marbles? Are they under here? Is there a marble down here? I'm not seeing another marble. Wait, there's a marble right there. How'd the kid fucking shove his hand under here? Okay, I need one more marble. Is there a marble back here? Can I knock this over? I can. Where's the other marble? Hello? Is there another marble around here? Oh, there it is. I found it. Yes. Boop. Okay, I guess I have to go home now. Into the
the closet or whatever that I belong in. Beep, 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 beep. I forgot how I get there. I think it's over here, maybe? Where do I go? Where is home? Oh, it's this way. Oh, I thought this was a wall. Meow. I think. No, this is the hallway I can't go down. What? V-Roomby is lost. I am lost. Can I just park here? No? I am lost. Where do I go? Oh, here we go. Bonk. I'm taking this ball with me. Oh, I want to take the ball with me. Oh no, he's gonna get stuck in that corner. Alright, never mind. And the night. Oh, I press E on it. Okay. Night 2. 2,200. Oh shit, Jesus, guys. These guys use a lot of dust. Oh, that's cool. That's how it lights up. I feel like I used the scan a bit late in the last one, so I didn't see. I didn't see how it looked. People leaving so much dust. Good lord. There we go. Just gonna drop this off here. Good job yesterday, V-Roomby. Thank you. Thank you very much. I enjoy my job. That's my robot accent. You think I'd be a good robot and voice actor, guys? Thank you. I am V-Roomby. Sucking on up. Does he have more marbles? Yeah, there's more marbles. This chair moved. No kids or robots. Daddy said no entrance. I don't need to go in there. I couldn't go in there last night. There a marble? Beep boop. Beep boop. I am V-Roomby. I am your Roomba. Is Roomba trademarked? Is the word Roomba trademarked? Is that why it has to be different? I am your little vacuum companion. He said on the box that you have... It said on the box that you have a boost mode. I do have a boost mode. It's very short, though. Kind of like taking my time, kiddo. Marble. Got the marble. You can't leave, can you, Mr. Roomby? What the fuck was that? I think it's like a jacuzzi or a Kleenex. So it is like a trademark, but it's like, that is the name of it as well. Ooh. I am a robot. I cannot leave. I am just here to serve. I do not know what leaving even means. There you go. Boop. Oh, it takes all my energy to do this, though. Is there a marble under there? Oh no, scanning lets me see marbles, too. Did you hide more marbles for me, child? He did. More light. Shh, Daddy is working late. Okay. I'll do my best. Shuck, suck, 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 suck. Huh? What was that? It's like a dog.
Wait, isn't a jacuzzi just the name that they're a jacuzzi? Or is it technically like... Because Kleenex, technically, right? If you don't just say Kleenex, it's like a tissue, right? But is a jacuzzi not a jacuzzi? Is it just like a hot tub? Like, is hot tub like the generic name for it, I guess? Oh. I need one more... I need one more, thing. Need one more marble. Is there a marble over here? Yes. I'll do this quickly so I don't disturb father. Oh. I feel like that was supposed to scare me, but because like they had a thing that says dad's working late, it just kind of made sense. I'm sorry. Holy shit, what the fuck? Huh? Why is the kid awake? I should be working while the kid's asleep. What in the fuck knuckles is this? So this looks like a Satan circle. Say word help? Does it say help? Help? It says help. Okay, well I'm just gonna clean it up. I'm just clean this up. I'm the help. I'll clean this up. Don't you worry, fam. I got this. No satanic things in this household to disturb this loving family. This family loves me. This is a lot of dust. A good thing I like was empty. Oh. Okay. There we go. It's a little bit more right here. Oh. Is there any other dust? Oh, that light's on. I can't go up there though. Oh. It says there's dust in here. What the fuck is that? What the fuck is this? What is this? Okay. Excuse me, sorry. Don't mind me. Don't grab me. Huh? Oh, I'm out of juice. Okie dokie, all done. Hi, V. Welcome on in. I've done my job as a little Roomba. I have also gotten all the marbles. I am a good little robot. I did it. I did it. I did it. Yep. Night 3. You're cute. Mwah. Okay. Once again, man, who's dropping all this dust in front of my little workspace, man? It's a lot. I wake up and immediately I've got work to do, man. Like, couldn't you let me peruse? It's not dust. What do you think it is? Chalk? Because vacuums can't pick up liquid. What's this say? Somebody broke our last V-Roomby? Oh, you didn't tell me you had another one. Is it crack? Ooh, it could be. Could be. Someone's very messy with their crack, though. Isn't crack expensive? Well, I guess to have multiple Roombas, I guess you could. Shop vac? Yeah, that's valid, but I ain't a shop vac. I'm just a little Roomba. Looks like Dad's not working late tonight. Oh boy, I love this. That's why the other one broke. Ah, that makes sense. Are there any marbles? I don't see any marbles. I looked away. I looked away. I looked away. Fuck you, asshole. Fuck you, asshole. I looked away. What is the ball? The ball? What is that? Why'd that ball move? Are you evil? I found a marble. Marble. Okay. What does this say? Mr. V. Ruby, I heard a raccoon scratching. Oh, well, just don't let him in. Oh, is this a horror game? Apparently, yes. It's called 7 Nights with V. Ruby. We're playing the demo. Hey, where's that other marble, though? I feel that marble's, like, over here somewhere. It's very bright tonight. There's the other. I don't wanna knock the kid's stuff over again. What's this say? Do you get lonely at night? I am a robot. I do not understand lonely. These balls keep moving around. I don't much appreciate it. Already quaking in my booties. Oh no. Oh no. How did I don't know. I didn't like the word booties. Ew, it sounds wet. Where's the other marble? Where's my other marble? There it is. I didn't see this one. Just quaking in my boots. Let me be a scared pirate. Understandable. Is the other marble over here? I don't really want to clean that up just yet, but... Hello? Say anything? Let me out? I'll just clean this on up. Shut the fuck up, man. You're gonna wake the kid up. Kid's a very nice kid, man. They work hard. This family works hard. No? Don't touch me. Don't touch me. Can I go under that door? Feels like I could go under this door, and I don't really want to, but I'll try it. Brave! Nope. Can't. Okay. Where's my last marble? Oh, that's probably...
Did you hear that?
It's me, kiddo. It's me, V-Roomby. Don't worry. Why is that door open? No, I don't want to go in there. I don't want to go in there. I'll go in there after I dump this stuff off. Mama heard nothing, little one. Now go back to sleep. It's okay. Exactly. Everything's okay. I bet my last marble's in there. Alright, I gotta go back. Gotta go back. Don't worry, kiddo. V-Roomby will save the day. I'm just gonna go down here really quick and make sure my marble's not okay. It's not okay. Go. Oh, there's a duster thing in here. Oh, I can't see. Don't spook me. I'm underneath the sofa. Oh. Okay. Don't do it. Don't spook me. Don't do it. I'm looking away. Don't do it. Whatever's in here, just don't. Where's my marble? Where's my marble? Oh, there it is. Get the marble first. There we go.
Alright, back under the sofa. You know what? I'm not looking. I'm looking down. I'm looking down. Can't be scared if we can't see anything, right? Yeah, there we go. Huh? Anything else in here? Yeah, I got everything in here. Okay. Is there more for me to clean? Hello? Oh, what the fuck is that? You see that? You see that thing at the end of the hallway? What the fuck is that? It like, do you see it? Oh, you might not be able to see it. What the fuck? What the fuck? Why does it look like there's a sad face on the Roomba? Cause I'm sad. Boo boo. Hi, Lude. What the fuck is up with that? I don't want to touch it. Looks like it's got its whole honcho out. Ew, what the fuck? I better not see no diddly bits. Is it eating the raccoon? What is that? You eating a raccoon? Please don't eat in the house, man. Oh shit, it was the thing in the room. It was a thing that was like, let me out. Oh, fuck. Oh, no. I'm a Roomba. I can't clean this up. This is blood. I guess I can. I'm powerful. I guess I have a little water tank. Defend the house. Okay. Aye, Captain. I will defend this house and save the day. And save my best friend. God damn it. I'm actually more mad at whatever the fuck this thing is. Because it like fucking... I just sweeped these floors. Where'd it go? Did it go to Dad's office? Uh-oh. Not any fucking more. I guess I don't get lonely. Night complete. Alright. Fuck. The thing's just in the house now, dude. Not my problem. You know what? I'm a robot. What will I do? Unless they tape a knife to my back, there's nothing I can do. Which they should do. They should tape a knife to my back. Good night. Oh, damn, the end. Daddy never came back home. Come back and clean. Okay, Mr. V Room B. You got all the pearls. I thought they were marbles. That was fun. I liked it. It was very like subtle. I liked that. That was good. I liked it. Options. Oh, I liked it. Was that the child? I don't think so. Or did it eat the child? No, I think it ate the dad. I think it ate the dad because they were like, the dad never came back. Oh gosh. Oh golly gosh. And so I think that's what that was. I think the dad got eaten. It's not that he never came back. It's that he got eaten by the monster in the house. But yeah, is there any other like small? But if dad never came back, maybe it was mom. Maybe the monster was mom. Are there any other like demo horror games we could play? Fallout 76, very nice. Exactly my thoughts. Amanda the Adventure Dude? I heard this one's pretty fucked up too. But I heard this one's hard as fuck though. What if the mom ate the dad? What if mom ate everyone? That's the real... What if mom ate everyone? That was fun though. I like that. I don't know if there are any other like horror game demos that anybody has any recommendations for, but no, I had fun. Yo, Lane, what you doing? I just finished up
Seven Nights with V Roomby, little demo horror game, little jump scare. Mom's coming to eat you too. No, oh god, I hope well, I mean, on God, she kind of looked creepy though. Got a few, no idea if you played them already. Yeah, hand them over. I probably haven't. This is kind of like the first year I'm really playing horror games, I feel like. Because last year I played Soma, and then I started Outlast, and then I hated it, so. Have you ever played Little Nightmares? I have played Little Nightmares. I loved Little Nightmares, except for the DLC that came out after, because I felt like I paid fucking however much money for nothing. Because it was like an hour of content for money that I don't think was... Oh, I guess it was... Wait, hold on. Did they mark it down? I don't know. Maybe it's fine. Let me check my list. I played Little Nightmares 2. I have not played Little Nightmares 2. But I feel like I'd have to play Little Nightmares 1 again in order to, like, know what's going on. And I'm just thinking of, like, short little games. I don't know if we can, like, look at demos. Browse. Preferences? Oh, that's preferences. Shift at midnight. Oh, thank you for the streak. It's very cute. What the fuck is this? Oh my god, it's an online co-op detective horror for 1 to 3 to work together. Oh, 1 to 3, damn. Hey man, just grabbing stuff real quick. No, it's only 1 to 3 players though. It's only 1 to 3 players. I don't know. It looks fun, but it's only 1 to 3 players. And me and my friends, we have full players. A free single player demo is out right now on itch.io. Interesting. I want to play Roadside Research at some point. Add to your wish list. Coming soon to early access. Q1 2026. I hope so. I wish you could see like demos. Is there a way to see? Oh, there's a calendar? Cool. Categories, view all tags. Is there like demo? Nudity. I got a list of free games and some look spooky. Give them. Some are demo spoopy. Yeah, it's Halloween. I want to play some spoopy games. Maybe not long games, but maybe it's already 9:30. Yeah. I don't know if I'll play one more tonight, but we could play like more tomorrow. I think that'd be fun. Play some Phasmo? But that's fun with friends. I don't know if any of my friends are open right now. Where's the demos? There's not like demos. I don't know if you can look up demos. I want to look up demos. Hello. Thank you. In a little bit, would you like to play some Cold Kipper? Maybe. Okay. Dead Sale. What is Dead Sale? Well, you don't have to play with friends. Yeah, but it's more fun if I play with friends. Dead Sale. What is this one? You are Marcus, an appraiser exploring a house for sale. Power reveals dark entity hunting you. With the help of a mirror, uncover what's interesting. It's free to play. How long is it? Hi, Zenon. Welcome on in. Fast-paced gameplay, photorealistic graphics, sepia tone aesthetic. Interesting. I'll add it to my wish list just so. Can I like separate manage your wish list? Oh, I was hoping I could put it in like a category. Because I want to look at all of them. Scouge isn't on here. Pumpkin Panic. What is this one? Oh, this is cute. Come to the cozy farm, plant crops, take care of plants, go fishing, or whatever you prefer. We're already playing Minecraft, and so I feel like this one's a little redundant, but I like the art style of it. Hello, Elaine. How do? Good. What about Hellmart? What the fuck is Hellmart? Strange game about a hangman. Traverse through the darkness, letters, and watchful eyes. Oh, this one's cool. I like that it goes on the typical thing. Hell, what the fuck is this? Oh, good lord, bro. Supermarket simulator meets horror. You're a clerk at a 24-hour... Bro, this reminds me of fucking... Bro, this fucking reminds me Tales from a gas station. I might play this one. But we have to check the last one from Star. free. The Vanishing. The Vanishing is a first-person horror game exploring an abandoned town where shadows whisper, secrets lie upon the deep, uncover the truth behind a vengeful spirit, awaken in the ancient slumber, solve puzzles, face your fears, and survive a mystery that claimed you before. Can you escape? Maybe. I like the first one a lot more. Dead Sale, that one sounds cool. I want to play this one. Don't let him. Dude, this is literally Tales from a Gas Station. Tales from a Gas Station has a thing where they have a pager as well. Like, they communicate through pagers and shit. Bro, where can I find bread? The one with voices. I got one yesterday. It whispered and moaned when I sliced it. Bro, what the fuck is that guy doing in front of the Coca-Cola? I want to play this one. Do we want to play it now? We could play it now. You guys want to play it now? You guys want to play it now? Coming soon. Is it when? How soon is it coming? Demo out now, Monday, October 13th. When are you coming out? Yeah, you want to play it now? Okay, we'll play it right now. Okay, we'll play a little bit now. Let me eat a little bit of my dinner and then we'll play it. It's a fun demo. When is it coming out? I bet I'm gonna like this a lot. I feel like I'm gonna like it a lot. That's fucking terrifying. That's what she said. Okay. That's an official trailer. Does it say when it's coming out? Or is it just gonna be like demo out now? Ew, God, what the fuck is that? What the fuck is that, bro? I hope you can like customize it. Bro, I'm gonna listen to Tales from a Gas Station after this stream. I fucking love that game. Or not game story. Okay. I wanna play it. I wanna play it. I should follow it too. Very interested in this. I hope we get to customize a little bit. Alright, let's play it. Let's play it. I wanna play it. You best clean that conveyor belt so human orders don't get contaminated on scan check. Oh, I will. I'll make sure. Oh my fucking god, that fucking screen. Good lord, Hellmart. Demo version. Some features are unavailable and some content is still in development. Bugs may occur and we are still working on opposite. If you encounter a problem, please report it on our Discord. Thank you for understanding. Okay. Good lord, that thing is fucking frightening. Or I think I might have to turn this down a little bit. Okay. Okay. Alright. With markers, please. I am a little stupid. Oh my god, the game is loading. The game is loading. Okay, I understand. Okay. Hellmart. Oh. Oh, it is lagging a little bit. That's okay. I think they might have added too much world generation in this. Congratulations! You've been hired as a proud employee of Hellmart. Glad you made it on time, so what do you think of our little noir? Haven't really had a chance to look around yet. Don't worry, you got a whole week to take it all in. Anyway, let's get down to business. First, you need to get inside the store. The door next to you is locked from the inside, but the back door should be open. Got it. I heard around the building then. Once you're in, find the pager on the register. That's how I'll send you the instructions. maincoow gets cranky with games after 7.5 hours of stream. I do, a little bit. The store might be a little bit messy, so go ahead and start cleaning. You'll find everything you need inside. Once you're done, get some rest before your shift. The break room's on the other side of the store. Think you can find it? I think I'll manage. Great. That should cover everything for now. I'll call you before your first shift. Talk soon. Alright, bye, boss. I just want to look at the model. Simulator games, either I like them or I don't, depending on how stylized they are sometimes. I don't think we needed all this open world
feel like it could have been cards, but that's just a me thing. Why are these planks even here? I guess I need to remove them. It's fucking empty! It's empty. Sounds like my first day working for a Dollar General store. I mean, this is kind of what it is. We got snacks. Also, there's another game called Reanimal. It's like Little Nightmares, and people are really liking it. You could play it with a friend. Oh, interesting. Okay. There's my pager. Fantastic searches. I don't like these noises. Grab cleaning tools. Okay. Hold the pickup. Keep store clean as part of your duties. Each clean mess earns you a small personal bonus. Don't let the store get too dirty. Filth drives customers away. Select a tool in your inventory tab. Sponge windows, walls. Sponge for windows and walls. Mops for floors. Okay. It's kind of like a gas station sim. What can you sell if you have 100% empty cells? Air. I'm selling air. Oh, it has like a little indicator on what's dirty. Oh god, I hope there's no kid that's just gonna graffiti this place. Yeah, fucking shut up, dude. I don't want this side of work here. Middle of bumfuck nowhere. Boop. Oh, that's locked. Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god, oh my god, what did I do? What the fuck? Oh, I can hide in there. Oh. I can sprint? Pog? There's a little heater in here? That's not good. Those magic precisions you wiped off. Oh, good lord, don't say that. Don't say that now. Alrighty, I think we're all cleaned up. Oh. Wait, can I close this door? I didn't mean to leave it open. Close. There you go. What's this? Unlock door? Why would I unlock this door? Oh, I guess there's something I have to do outside. Go to break room. Oh, that's why. Okay. Not exactly what I was out, but I guess it'll do for a week. I think it's quaint. Hey, what the fuck? Can I clean that? It's quaint. Go to bed. Well, the crystal tower air. I've been waiting for this for months. Fuck yeah, it's so nice, ain't it? Day one. Is that a phone? Shit, did I oversleep? Answer phone call. Oh fuck. I gotta go all the way to the other side of the building. Hold on. Why are there locks on the doors? So did you get some sleep? Kinda, I'm ready to work. That's the spirit. Thank you for the vocal stem. Hold on. This one.
Bing, bing,
Bong. Bing, 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 bong.
bing,
Bing, bing,
bong.
bong.
Bing,
Bing, bing, bing, bing, bing, bing, bing, bing, bong. Went from 110 Fahrenheit temps to 3 weeks of fall, and now it's almost November weather. I love it. Don't be suspicious. First order of the day, sell enough products to meet your quota and keep the store clean. Second, at night, maintain order and don't let any sketch jobs down. Got it. Sell by day, keep things under control at night. And third, never leave the store at night. You can check these and other rules anytime on the plate next to the register. Bing, bing, bong. Bing, 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 bong. Some of the products that arrive at storage every morning, and the shelves are... Oh, okay. Alrighty. Pretty sure the storage is behind the store. Oh, over here. It's a little warm here for October, but it's still within normal. It's like 45 now. Valid. Oh, okay. Well, I have a shovel now. Now, let me says cold weather equal a lot of raking, bagging leaves for the next month. Ah, that's valid. That is valid. I slept like 2 hours. New boxes with products arrive here daily to restock the market shelves. Each sections hold up to 4 product types and daily stock is limited. Take a box from storage, left mouth with it, and stock it on shelves
to the matching sections. Okay. Bing, bing, bong. Bing, 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 bong. There we go. Now dump the box tray out back. Okay. Pretty straightforward. I like it. What? Okay. Pasta. Fucking open the door. I got groceries. This is pasta. Oh my god! Oh my god! It's fucking the fucking spaghetti mods in there. That's great. Why can't I stock the last bit of shelf? Me. Oh, there we go. I love that mozzarella spaghetti. I hope they have like more things like this. If they need a texture artist, hey, hit me up. I'd be happy to help. Is this everything? Open the main door. Okay. Okay. I should probably... I don't know if I should lock doors or not. Okay. I will go to my post. There's Big Apple. Oh, wait. Am I supposed to do something? Flip the open sign. Oh. Your shift begins once you flip the sign, and customers will start arriving. During the day, you must sell enough product to meet daily quota. Failing to meet quota by the end of shift will lead to a horrifying consequence. Okay. Meet your daily quota. Be polite. Lock the store before night. Never leave the store at night. Oh, lock the store before night. Okay. Is there anything I need to clean? I don't think so. Oh, that's a shovel. No. Oh, it's our first customer. So you had to live in the store, essentially, yeah. Hello, welcome on in. Would you like to chat? Yeah? Alright. Serve first customer at the register. Properly serving customers earns you a small personal reward. Giving incorrect change may upset the customer and raise your quota. Grab the item left and swipe it past the scanner and release it over the bag. After scanning all items, take the customer's payment. Then return to the change. Okay. Okay, I got it. Oh, do they need help with something? Oh no, I just gotta wait. Okay. So it's like Spirit Halloween in September? Yeah, I guess so. Hello. Oh, good lord, that face. Hold on. Excuse me, sorry. Hello. Oops. Take payment. Okay. Oop. Oop. They gave me the amount. Oh, that's not what I want. How do I give them no cents back? Oh, checkout. Okay. Are you new here? I know every face in this town except yours. Yeah, today's my first day. Wonderful. I come here nearly every day. I think we'll get along just fine. Your predecessors gave me the wrong change. I didn't say anything at the time, but I noticed. Had to teach him a little lesson. A lesson? What kind of lesson? Puncture the fuel tank on the generator. He had to run around in the dark that day. Poor guy. Anyway, folk around here are friendly and full of smiles, so you'll fit right in. Well then, have a good shift. I'll stop by again sometime. The milk here is calm. I notice things like that. I notice everything. I'm glad the milk is calm. Hello, sir. Welcome on in. Pick up. Put in bag. Pick up. Put in bag. Pick up. Put in bag. Thank you. Change $96. Okay, wait now. Oh shit. Okay, return. That's why you don't pay with hundreds, man. All right, check out. There you go. Have a nice day. Oh, you didn't want to chat. Unfortunate. Okay, that woman's not there anymore. Oh, pick up. There you go.
Thank you. Change $1. Okay. Have a nice day. Thank you for shopping at Hellmart. Welcome. Wait. I was gonna say, what did you get today? But I kind of know what we stock here, so we really only stock like 2 things. Thank you. Change given. All right. Have a lovely day. This is going pretty well. When does it become nighttime? Oh. I'm sure there's some things I need to clean. Yeah, these windows got grimy for some reason. There's a lot of handprints on them. Good lord. And then anything I need to sweep up? I don't think so. So this is the way to go to bed. I don't think I'm gonna have to go here. So I'll just pre-lock this door. And I doubt someone's gonna call me, so I'm gonna lock this door preemptively. There we go. Alrighty. Looks like another customer's coming in. I will wait pleasantly. We almost made quota today, so that's pretty cool. Big Apple. Oh, we have the washroom key back here. I don't think the key's on there, though. It's blizzarding out there. Hell workbench 666. This is like today. I went to Michael's for some hobby things, and poor girl at the register said had to say welcome to Michael's every time someone walked in. You could tell she was over it after a full shift. Oh yeah, I just do it because roleplay. Thank you, sir. All right. You have a lovely day. I did it. I made my quota. Yippee! Answer the phone call. Excuse me 1 second. It says, never leave the store at night. Shut the fuck up, bro. Congratulations, you hit your first quota. That wasn't too hard. Looks like I got a capable... You made it through your first shift. Now time for the night shift. You'll be using a secretary system. But first you need to log in. The password is hell. Think you remember? Easy enough. Good. Once you're in, look for the security camera. Do that first. Make sure everything's working right. And don't forget to lock the staff door before it hits night. That's all for now. I'll call you again at noon before the next day. Okay. Okay. Don't hum me. I'm gonna make sure all the doors are locked. Okay, sorry. Excuse me. Okay. Hold on, I gotta deal with this customer. Okay. Hello. Hope you're having a good day. Thank you so much. And then here is your change. Have a lovely day. My computer access denied. Oh damn. Forecast? Oh, okay. Bro, what the fuck? Hello? What the fuck? It said someone was right. What the fuck? Okay. That was gross. Can't just have them doing that. Alright, sorry about that. I just, yeah. Have a nice day. Thank you so much for stopping in. Hello, how are you doing today? Yes, we love the spaghetti monster stuff. Thank you. And you have a nice day. Kind of stinks to have the only work you put outside in the snow. Yeah, day's almost over. Better wrap up. I gotta clean up. I'll clean up after this guy. Alright, there you go. Thanks so much. 49. Jesus Christ, dude. 2, 3, 4. Alright, there you go. And to stock the shelves for this. I can't leave at night though. Okay. Wait, I gotta clean up a little bit. There's shit on the floor. There's more shit over here. Alright, and then there's... Lock the doors.
Get ready for night shift. Oh, right. It's night shift time now. Are there any windows I have to clean? There's this window. Ah! Jesus fucking Christ, asshole! The store is closed! I not flipped the sign. I didn't flip the sign. Can I flip? No, I guess we're still open. At night, you must maintain order and deal with night visitors. What the fuck? Keep things under control leads to successful shifts and a satisfied boss. Be careless or leave the store and you won't live to regret. Okay. Wife, I love you, but I sleep now. Good night, wife. I fucking looked at the security cameras. What the fuck is that? Okay, are you here? What's up? What do you want? Good job on your donathon. Thank you! Hey, it's not a donathon, though. It's a charity live stream. Doesn't go to me, it goes to the lovely Jody. Every nightmares are sweet dreams. Someone came knocking at whether to open the door. That's on you. Read them right and you'll get a reward. Management won't ask questions. Make the wrong call and something terrible. How am I supposed to know? Hey, buddy, let me in. Who's there? It's Colin. I'm a local. I was shopping here earlier, remember? I don't remember you. What do you mean? Yeah, you don't remember. I bought chips and pasta. Yeah, pasta. What are you doing here late anyway? Right, Mr. Last Bus back town. Next one's not till morning. Let me in. I'll give you 30. Okay. Should I not have done that? Why is he just standing there? He's just standing there like that. Anything else for me to clean? Hey man, you good? I don't feel like I should. Oh, Jesus Christ. Knock knock. Who's there? You. What do you mean you? You're outside. I'm inside. The hell is this? Open up to chase off. Fuck off. You understand? I guess so. I don't want to chase him off because that means I'll leave, right? Okay. What? Okay. Well, I'm not. I can't. What the fuck was that? Did you break something, dude? Please don't be breaking shit in my store. Wait for dawn already? Oh shit, dawn's coming. Or they'll stab your full tank and you'll be the dark and freezing by morning? Yeah, probably. Open main door and let customer out. Have a nice night. Go to bed. Okay. That wasn't so bad. That wasn't so bad. I think I did good. What do you think, Chad? I think I did good. Day 2. Alright. Shovel the snow. Oh, I have to shovel multiple things of snow. Okay. I will start over here because I have to go back and forth anyway. I need to actually come in here and unlock this. Why do I need to shovel this snow? It's not like anybody comes back here but me. You know? Like, this one, I guess, kind of makes sense, so I don't trip over it. But the other ones, like, I don't really come around back this way. Check what's new in storage. Peanuts. Peanuts. Let's go. Snacks. Oh, this goes in snacks. Okay. I'll throw it away. I did that one. Gotta do bakery. I wonder what will be in these boxes. Freddy's Bakery dry mix air sponge cake. Okay. Time to open the store. Already? Okay. I mean, let me go check on the pasta though. I don't know if we have enough pasta. Okay. So that isn't shovel is walked or driven on will become packed snow, which is slippery in the winter. Okay. That makes sense. Do we need more pasta? I don't know if we need more pasta. No, I think we're good on pasta. Okay, cool. Are there any cleaning I gotta do? Doesn't look like it. No, I think we're good. Alright, time to open on up. Generator's dead. God damn it. Did she cut the fuel? But I was good. I was nice. I said she could come in. Oh, the fuel. Better grabs canister from storage. Okay. Well, it doesn't look like she cut anything. It just looks like it just ran out. Ugh. I don't like this, guys. Keep the generator up and running at all times. A working generator powers all the store equipment. If it stalls, the store will plunge into darkness. Oh, okay. Thanks. Good to know. We only have one of these, though. What? I have to... What? Where do you get more fuel from? I don't know. I guess we'll just have to find out. Start generator. Dead by daylight ass mechanic. Alright. Oh, the fucking phone. Shut the fuck up. I know the door is locked. Let me guess. Generator died. Fuel ran out. Found a canister in storage. Let me guess. The tank's leaking again. Classic. Anyway, glad you figured it out. But if you don't want this happening again, you better upgrade that generator. Check the computer. There's a program called Shop Plus. Use it to upgrade store equipment. Comes out of your own wallet, though. I'll cover part of the cost for your first upgrade. Call it a welcome gift. Appreciate it, guys. Don't thank me. Any further upgrades, you'll be paying full price. Alright, get moving. Time to upgrade that generator. Okay, I would ask Crow. Why did I go that way? Why did I fucking... Alright, let me upgrade the generator. This one. How much money do I have? I want this one. Unavailable. Because I'm $2 short of the second one. Prayers come out of your own pocket? That sucks. Yep. It's because we're in the middle of nowhere, I guess. Alright, just making sure everything's all cleaned up. Alright, we're good. Don't let it in. I don't know what it is, but... Oh, I have to just flip the sign. I forgot. Alrighty. I'm ready for my second day of work. I'm gonna get that cash money. Today's quota's $30. They want me to double my quota. Don't know how that works. Reach daily sales quota. Okay. Anybody coming? Ah, that person is coming. Come on. Taking a while now, huh? Hello, welcome to Hellmart. I hope you find what you're looking for. We got a new stock of peanuts in today, so if you want to take a look at that. We also got some baked goods as well. If you want to check those out. Yeah, those nuts are pretty good. Actually, I had some before bed. Was this a lady again? Hello, welcome to Hellmart.
We have a new stocking of peanuts and baked goods. Where's the baked goods that we have? Groceries. Where's the baked goods? Bakery. Air sponge cake. That's what we got. Air sponge cake. Hello. I hope having a lovely, lovely day. Ah, yes, the nuts, they're pretty good, huh? Can never have too much spaghetti either, huh? 480 change. 480 change. Okay, then. Alright, have a lovely day. Hello again, ma'am. Lovely to see you here. I'm sorry we don't have any milk in. Ah, yes, the nuts. Yes, those are new in town. Thank you. You need 1 and 20. Have a lovely day. No shit here this time. Oh, hey, dude. I remember you from last night. I hope you got home all right. Thank you very much. You got $1. Have a lovely day. I gotta clean up a little bit. I'll clean up a little bit. I think it's a window thing. Hope you touching all the windows, man. You'll need to stop touching the windows. Hello, welcome on in. Love the bubble jacket. Keeping you warm, huh? Let me do this one first. That's my bad. There you go. Alright, thank you very much. $16. Alright, there you go. Have a lovely day. Thank you for shopping at Hellmart. Alrighty. We're doing a pretty damn good job. I think we're doing pretty damn good. We should check the cameras. Hello. Thank you for the head pat, Rainer. Welcome on in. Ah, yes, we just got these in today. They fucking look really good. I might try them myself. Ah, yes, thank you. Alrighty, you have yourself a lovely day, sir. Oh, looks like they're grabbing. What the fuck? What is that? It's like an intercom thing. Hello, welcome to Hallmark. That guy's back again. Hello. Not nice rain jacket. Ah, yes, nacho head's real good. Kind of get addicting after a while. All right, you have hope. Tell me, is the basement still sealed away? Basement? What basement? You don't know the story? Let me tell you. Some time ago, a curious boy wandered between the aisles. In the center, there was a hatch. The person's crying? A hatch leading to the basement. For some reason, it was open. Curiosity got the better of him, and he leaned over the darkness, and the hatch slammed shut. When people rushed to the noise, the hatch was gone, as if it had never existed. The boy's muffled cries echoed through the store for a while. Every story, poor kid. Yeah, sometimes I feel like I can still hear his faint sobs echoing in the store. Thanks for sharing. Your twin brothers over here. I had to clean windows, not inside but outside. The water froze after I wiped them off. Damn. Alright, pick up. Hey man, welcome back. Buying a lot of stuff today. Oh, Jesus Christ! Have a nice day. Okay, yeah, have a great day. Thank you for shopping at Hellmart. Thanks for the lurk. Alright, that'll be $1. Alright, thank you. Have a lovely day. Holy shit, okay. It's a bit dirty in here. Maybe that's why she was so upset, you know? When it gets dirty in here, it's kind of gross. There you go. Ew, who the fuck pissed? Ew, people are pissing in my store. Yes, one second. Sorry about that, sir. Oh my god, you are really buying up the stock, or is everything alright here, sir? You're buying up quite a few things. You've been back 4 times today, I think. Change. There you go. Have a great day. You didn't give me that $30, by the way, for letting you stay overnight, but whatever, I guess. That person, was that the person crying? Yeah. Hello, ma'am. Welcome on in. I'm gonna clean this up. Oh my gosh. Alright, there you go.
Hello. Welcome back here, ma'am. Yeah, I'm sorry. We still haven't got that milk in. I apologize. That'll be $1. Thank you. $1.80, actually. I'm sorry. Have a great day. Oh, man, that lady bought up that whole shelf of snacks. I wish I could maybe, like, reorganize the shelves, because, like, can I reorganize? Oh, one second. Okay. Sorry about that, folks. It should be up and running, no problem now. Oh, hello, sir. You were the one to tell me about the basement, am I right? This was like the dollar store. This too was like the dollar store. They expected you to stock the shelves, sweep, mop, and run the register, and not leave any customers waiting. That's valid. 4. All right, you have a lovely day. Thank you. Oh, we met quota too. Very nice. Welcome on in, ma'am. Oh my god. I mean, yeah. Thank you so much for buying. We're a local store, you know. You get daily shipments of things. Thank you so much. That'll be $7.20. 1, 2, 50, 3. There you go. Have a lovely day. Hello, welcome on in. Thank you very much. That'll be $4. Thank you very much. Okay, that's locked. I'm back from shower. How's the Hellmart? Spooky? Close the main door. I will. I'm gonna lock these doors first. Alrighty. It's a woman that screamed in my fucking face. Get ready for night shift. Alright, let's clean this place up. I think it's just windows then. Yeah, it's this one. And an hour before closing, final sleep, mop, polish before closing registers, and balancing the books no longer than 30 minutes after door close. Alright, I think all the doors are closed. Let's get the security cams open. Anomalies threaten the integrity of Hellmart and the safety of its staff. Indicator at the top right shows if anomalies are present in the store. To fix the situation, find the anomaly and remove it. Look for flickering ceiling lights to spot the anomaly. Oh, there's an anomaly in here? Oh, it's over here. Don't turn around. You got it. Yep, no problem. No problemo. Not a problem for me. Is there another one? It says it's here. Oh, it's at the computer? What's happening here? What's wrong with my computer? Okay. Okay. Pretty normal. It's 1996. Pretty old. I wasn't even born yet. Just... Holy fuck! Okay, nope. I was just seeing things. Oh. So there's an anomaly here? Is it the cameras again? Okay. Whoa! Okay. Turn around. I'm good. There's another one? This is so spooky. I feel like I'm gonna shit my pants. Oh. Okay. Well, this is where the kid fell, right? There's the basement. Another one.
Oh. Oh, it's becoming morning. I did it! Have you locked all the... yeah, I don't think... Same with young ones, fuck yeah. I don't think it'll start the night shift unless you lock the doors. Oh, flip the sign to technical break. Okay. Alright, there we go. Shut up! I know, it's like in the same spot. Very nice. I want to try to do all 7 days, but I'm scared I'm gonna shit my pants. I don't know, it's kind of fun though. This is fun. Starting to do a good old snow shoveling, alright. Oh, it's on like the other side of the store. Let me go in the store then, cause yeah, I'll go. There's 7 days in Helltown. Yep. Just open them all up. It's daytime. We'll be fine. That tree over there looked like Sam Squanch. That tree right there. See, this makes sense. This having to deal with this makes sense. So it's like in the doorway. Bork, 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 bork. The dog's in the distance. Ow! Check new stock and storage. Oh, right, the main door's not open. Okie dokie. I'm just gonna close this. Wonder what got delivered today. Chips, bag, peanuts. Ooh, household cleaners. Sounds handy. It's at 100. Cool. Household cleaners, alright. 7-day shine shampoo. Fucking awesome, man. Alright, we should also check on the stock of our stuff. We have a full shelf of that. We have half a shelf of that. I might do another shelf of peanuts and baked goods. Oh, this is chemical. Okay. Shit. Wait, now I should probably put those in there. Bada, 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 bada. Okay, that's pretty good. Alright, there you go. Peanuts, pasta, big sellers, yep. Man, I didn't mean to open this, but I probably should stock it because I don't want the game to get mad at me. Because I opened it. Hold on. This goes right here. Okay. And then we have enough chips. It's the peanuts that are next. Peanuts. Oh, and the baked goods. Right. People were buying up them baked goods. Alright, there we go. And then the baked goods. Groceries, bakery mix, pasta. Yeah, this one. And we'll just close this on up. And then go back inside. Yeah, because we only have like a shelf and a half of it, so. Alrighty. Should be good to go. I think I cleaned up in here earlier, so we should be okay. I don't think we'll need to go out here, so. I'm doing a pretty damn good job, I think. Especially because I clean up at night. Makes it so the morning shift ain't so bad. There's a note on there, but it doesn't say nothing. Huh. Oh, wait, I could upgrade the generator again. Cool. Wish there was like an idle game you could play. Let me wait. Hello, welcome on in. I guess I'll just wait at the cash register. Hello, welcome on. Oh, god damn it. Welcome on in. The window? That's a floor thing. I think. It's gotta be a floor thing. Oh god, this door's open. Whoops. My bad. Oh, it was right here. Okay. Boop, boop, boop. Oh fuck, 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 oh fuck. Shut the fuck up. Okay, maybe I shouldn't lock that door. Hello, sorry about that, ma'am. The generator's a bit finicky, as you can tell. Ah, yes. Oh, you were the first one to buy this cola. Let me know if you like it. It's been chilled for a few days, so it'll be nice and cold for you, but I'm personally tried it myself. Yep, you have a lovely day now. Thank you so much for shopping. At Hellmart. Big Apple, huh? Anybody even want those? Hello, welcome to Hellmart. Hope you have a lovely day. Let's make sure everything's up and running. Alrighty. Something's dirty though. Oh, it's this. Oh, this spot really doesn't like to stay clean, does it? Sorry about that. Alright. Pick up. Pick up. Oh, Jesus Christ. A pack of cigarettes. Sure, just a second. Alright, there you go. That'll be $4.50. Thank you so much. Have a great day. Oh shit. When people talk to you, it's actually quite jarring. Hope you're having a lovely day, ma'am. A good haul you got going, huh? Thank you so much. That'll be $10. Thank you. Have a great day. Hello, ma'am. Welcome on in. Love the hair. Oh my god. Is this what you use for your hair? That makes sense. We just got a supply of this. Is this your like go-to shampoo? I'll be $13.60. $6.40. Alright, you have a lovely day now. Thank you for shopping at Hellmart. Anything clean? No, it looks like we're good. It's that crying lady again. Bro, you can't be in here. What is up with you? Why are you so sad? Is it because this is dirty? I'll clean it. I'll clean it right now. See, it's all clean now. Why are you... Whoa! Jesus Christ, man! You're gonna get mad at me. It just passed midnight for you. Happy Hellmart shift. Stay fluffy. Good night, Cole. Thank you for stopping by. Yeah, I want to see this through, but honestly, I'm also kind of getting a little sleepy and hungry. Personally. So I might make this my last day, and then maybe we'll play more tomorrow. Oh, I'm so scared. Man, he was rude. He was rude. That's what I'm saying. Let me just check the cams. Who just walked in? Oh, hey, it's the guy. Hello. Welcome on in. Hope you're having a lovely day. Thank you for coming back and shopping at Hellmart. Hello. How was your shopping? Did you find everything you needed? That's the question I was looking for. Oh. There we go. Oh, God. And a pack of cigarettes. Sure. Just a second. No problem. There you go. All right. That'll be $8.30. One. There you go. All right. Have a lovely day. This makes me do quick math. I feel pretty good about doing the quick math. All right. Meet quota, too. All right. Doing pretty good. All right. Welcome. I hope you found everything that you needed. Having a good day. Yeah. What do you need shampoo for? For your dog? Understandable. Have a lovely day. Thank you for shopping at Hellmart. Welcome on in. Hope you found everything that you need. Ah, yes. Yeah. Sure. No problem. Here you go. Toby950, thank you so much. Have a lovely day. Thank you for shopping at Hellmart. Oh, we have something that's dirty. Is it the windows? It is a window. Yo, bro. Okay. I need to help this customer. Okay, that would be 5-7. God damn it, dude. Fuck. 1 second. Sorry, 1 second. Please don't rob my store. Oh my god, that guy is just standing there. It's very scary. Alright, sorry about that. 94.30 cents. Alright, you have a lovely day now, sir. Thank you. I don't know you. Are you working alone here? Yeah. Can I help you? You took his place, and now he's gone. Cigarettes, any kind. Okay. That'll be $2.50. Alright, have a great day. Thank you for shopping at Hellmart. Alright, well, that wasn't so bad. Alright, that'll be 80 cents. There you go. Excuse me, who's standing behind you? You must be a man. There's someone behind me. What does it look like? He looks just like you, but with a grin from ear to ear. That's me, dummy, just trying to give you a smile. How dare you speak to... Oh, I'm sorry. Oh, no! I thought it was playful. I thought it was a playful, like, haha, that's me, silly. Oh, man. I didn't mean to be rude. Oh, man. I was just like, call this late. Oh, it's cause I fucked up. Someone tells me tonight's gonna be rough. Got chills all over. Did something happen? No, I just got a feeling. I got a nose for these things. Just like back then. Alright, listen to Nora. You'll need to order some planks. Use supply exe program on the computer. Board up all staff doors. Is it really that serious? Okie dokie. Gotta help these customers first, though. Okay, alright, I'll get it. 1 second. Customers come first. How you doing today, ma'am? Sorry about that. Wait, my boss called me. Shouldn't be happening again. Sure, just a second. Let me get you them smokes. Alright, that'll be 10:30. 50, 10, 20, 70. Okay. Have a lovely day. 1 second, sir. I need to buy. Oh, this is where I get more fuel. I can't order the fuel. Okay. Oh, my God. Hope you found everything you needed. You're getting pretty well stocked up now. It's on the daily. I'm trying to make sure that everybody gets their due orders. And, you know, all right, that'll be $10. Thank you so much. Have a great day. Is the delivery here? The delivery is here. It's not nighttime yet. I can leave the store still. Hold the pickup. Alright. Lock. Barricade. Okay. I don't remember keeping that open, but I could have done that. That's only 2 planks. Close main door. Alrighty. Ooh, okay. I'm nervous. This one doesn't have a 3rd plank. Should take a look around. Why? Alright, I looked around.
Okay, I did it. I'm good. I looked around! I don't need to look more than this, man! Fuck, man. Why do we gotta look around? Fucking... I'll knock you out. Oh, shit, what the fuck? Need a weapon. Oh, this thing. Ew, get the fuck off me. Yeah, get the fuck off me, bro. You fucking get out of here, man. Fuck, I can't let that thing inside. Yeah, prevent monster invasions. What do you mean? During invasion, you must protect the store and stop monsters from getting in. Hold the line and you'll keep both your life and your paycheck. Let monsters in and manager will have to find a new employee. What the fuck? Why don't we just close the goddamn vents, bro? Oh, and I can't do shit about this. Ooh, you son of a bitch! Get out of here. There's gotta be like 3 vents, right? Because there's one here, one back there. Is there another one? Ooh, you son of a bitch. Where are you coming from? The floor? Stop it! Stop it. I think I gotta stay back here. Oh, I see you, you son of a bitch. Stop that. Stop it! You motherfucker, I see you. Get the fuck out of here. No! I said no. I can't. Huh? Oh, it's daytime now. Oh! I did it. Oh, I did it. Holy shit, I did it. We only lost one. We only lost 1 plank? Yeah, we only lost 1 plank. What's it say? Flip the technical break sign. Oh. Go to bed. I gotta remove the planks though, huh? Hold on. I lost one of the planks though. So unfortunate. Thank you for the wellness check. I will be getting off after this, so. Boop. I gotta eat Indian. Woo! Woo! We did it. Son, shut the fuck up. I'm doing day 4. What the fuck is this? I'm good. No, you know what? You know what? We have the option to say no. And that's the biggest thing to learn out of things like that, that you can say no. Who is streaming right now? We're gonna go raid somebody. We're not gonna deal with that bullshit. We'll go raid, oh, what the fuck? Sim's streaming. What's Sim doing? Testing? Testing? What's he doing? Fellowship. He probably doesn't want me to raid him. Probably doesn't want me to raid him. Probably my roommate. Wait, I'm waiting. What are we waiting for? Avoided disaster. I know. I said, you know, that's a lot of the things in these situations that you find yourself in horror. You gotta learn to say no. You know, like, make your boundaries. Respect yourself. Say no to the horrors that lurk beneath. Say, I'd rather be dumb. I'd rather be ignorant. My hubby is streaming. That's who we're going to. We're going to Buster. We're going to Buster. Don't you worry. We're going to Buster. Don't be that person that walks towards the sound and then dies. Yes, run away from the sound. Say no. Or even better, see, the problem with a lot of it is that you acknowledge it. Just don't acknowledge it. Just don't pretend like it doesn't exist. That is the best thing that you can do. All right, let's go raid Buster.
Open
Oh shit!
Hello.
Oh shit!
Hello.
Welcome on in, everybody. Hello. We were actually just about to raid out to Buster, who is doing a little birthday stream. So I'm so sorry to have to raid out. How was Graveyard Keeper though? We can chat for a little bit. We were just playing some Hellmart. We got to day 4 in Hellmart. I feel like I gotta finish it though. So maybe we'll finish it tomorrow. But if anyone else has any other games that you wanna recommend me, demos, little short games, I'd appreciate it. We could play some more tomorrow. But thank you so much, guys. Go raid, not raid. Go follow Room Bear Dad if you haven't. They're the lovely kind. I got to play Peak with them last Saturday over with Chonky, and they're very kind, very kind. But we will be rating. It was really good. It was a little grindy, but closing chill. I'm glad. I've seen a few people play that game. I don't think it would be my type because like Stardew Valley likes are just a bit grindy for me, but you know, I get it. I hope you had a lot of fun and I hope you had a wonderful stream. We are going to raid out though because I need to eat dinner and get off the computer because my ass hurts. But I hope you had a wonderful stream, Rune Bear. It's pretty much a morbid Stardew. That's valid. It does kind of look like that, don't it? Done it. But thank you so much for the raid, Rune Bear Dad. I'm so sorry that like you caught me at the end of stream, but I hope you had a wonderful day nonetheless. It means a lot to me. We are gonna go raid Buster though because it is their birthday bash. Go eat, girl. Happy to spread love regardless. You should message me, Rune Bear Dad, so I remember to put you on the list of TikTok people I need to do. But thank you guys so much for hanging out with me. Thank you for the raids. Thank you for the donations towards Gamers Outreach. We'll be doing day 2 tomorrow. We'll be playing more crowd control Minecraft and so much more. I might do some more of the crazy like effects and stuff, so we'll see. But thank you guys so much. Have a wonderful night. And here is a raid message. If you want to use it, you can. If you don't want it, you don't have to, but I appreciate it if you did so they know where you came from. I love you guys so much. Have a wonderful night. Mwah. See you tomorrow.